Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the OSH Inno Expo. My name is Kaka Lam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith.
It is our pleasure to be your MCs today. Welcome, everyone.
大家好，歡迎今日大家出席職安健創新及科技博覽。我係今日嘅大會司儀阿 Keith 莫家鑑。大家好，
我係林嘉瑤嘉嘉。Today, the Expo brings together distinguished leaders and experts in occupational safety from Hong Kong, the Greater Bay Area, and across the globe. All of us are gathered here to witness and celebrate this remarkable occasion.
今日嘅博覽雲集咗多位嚟自本地、內地、海外嘅職安領袖同埋專家，以及業界嘅領頭等聚首一堂，一齊見證呢個重要嘅盛事。
Now we have the honor to invite Chairman of the Occupational Safety and Health Council, Dr David Mong, to give us a welcome speech.
喺呢個時候，請職安局主席蒙德陽博士上台為我哋致歡迎詞。有請蒙主席。
Good morning, everyone. Secretary for Labour and Welfare, Mr. Chris Sun, Honourable LegCo member, Alice, Sam, and all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to join the second OSH Inno Expo in Hong Kong. We are at a very pivotal moment. Rapid advances in AI and smart technologies, from agentic AI to robotics and IoT, are beginning to reshape how we live and work. These developments are arriving faster than many of us can expect. Collectively, we must keep pace for learning, adapting, and embracing their potentials. Here in Hong Kong, the transformation is strongly supported at the policy level as the city positions itself as an international innovation and technology center. The government's AI Plus initiative and its emphasis on robotics demonstrate clear leadership and commitment to driving this agenda forward. For occupational safety and health, this creates new possibilities. Technologies has the potential to help mitigate work hazards, support safer practices, and better protect workers. But it does not replace the need for sound judgment, strong system responsible use, and continuous adaptation. OSHC is proud to support this direction. This is precisely the OSH Inno Expo is about, bringing together safety and technology experts from around the world, sharing knowledge, building partnerships, and working collectively towards a faster, healthier workplace for all of us. The Inno Expo has grown since our first run in 2024. We are proud to feature over 50 expert speakers and 100 exhibitors from overseas, mainland, and Hong Kong. Whatever industry you represent, I invite you to explore what is here. I hope this event will spark new ideas and new partnerships. Now let me turn to our next generation. You can see some high school, university students of their inventions. Our OSH Inno Award received over 20 entries from the public, including those students of all ages. The quality truly exceeded our expectation. Our teams tackled tough safety challenges such as confined space, working at height and come up with innovative ideas to protect the frontline workers. But what moved me the most is their drives. These young people are not just solving technical problems. They care deeply about the workers who keep our city running. Their spirit reminds me of Dr. Lee Ka-ying Boxi, Hong Kong's first astronaut. Before her space mission, she told our young people in Hong Kong, dreams are never far away. Care for your community and everyone can shine. Our students are doing exactly that. Please join me later to visit their booth and encourage these young people and their young minds. Before I close, my heartfelt thanks to our Labour Department, Chris Sun, our Legislative Council, Alice, Sam, and Labour Department for supporting our organizations, and thank you for our sponsors. A special welcome to guests who have traveled from mainland, Macau, Germany, Korea, Malaysia, Singapore, and Spain. I hope you can enjoy Hong Kong during your visit. Although the weather forecast is going to be very hot this couple of days, we have prepared cooling device when you visit our external facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to make our workplace safer, healthier, and smarter, so that every worker can return home safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mong. Please be seated. Next, we have the honor to invite Mr. Chris Sun, Secretary for Labor and Welfare of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to give us an opening speech.
接住落嚟有請香港特別行政區政府勞工及福利局局長孫玉菡先生太平紳士為我哋致辭，有請孫局長。
Dr. David Mon, Dr. Mohammed, Mr. Hall, Alice, Sam, and Bonnie, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also our very distinguished speakers. Like David, a very warm good morning to all of you. Clearly, it's my great honor to welcome all of you to Hong Kong today for the Occupational Safety and Health Innovation and Technology Expo. As one who made a small contribution to the inception of that expo, I'm truly excited to see it growing into a very unique and renowned platform for safety innovators across the industry. Hong Kong here, we attach great importance to the use of innovation and technology in public service, which is very essential to enhancing our quality and efficiency of the service we provide to our public, while at the same time ensuring cost effectiveness. When it comes to occupational safety and health, we are right now witnessing a fundamental transformation in workplace safety, all powered by AI. So through AI-enabled computer vision that monitors site hazards and Internet of Things sensors that identify risks before they escalate, we are moving away from a reactive mindset towards a proactive culture of prevention. So here in Hong Kong, we are adopting cutting-edge technologies to ensure safety. That will eventually, we believe, will reshape our construction site safety landscape. The government, you can rest assured that we remain steadfast in promoting AI-driven solutions and smart site safety systems. Here in Hong Kong, we call them the 4S, for occupational safety in construction sites. Last year in July, we witnessed a key regulatory milestone where we mandate the use of 4S alert systems for building works involving tower cranes and mobile plants. Equipped with AI-powered sensors, these systems eliminate blind spots and detect potential human-machine conflicts in real time. By triggering instant audible and visual alerts, when you're touring with us, you can experience that in person. They help maintain a crucial safety buffer between workers and also the operating machinery. This, by embedding AI-driven systems into the daily operation of construction sites, the 4S framework not only set a new benchmark, but also demonstrates that achieving Vision Zero is realistic and attainable, if only we try. Indeed, our vision of a smart city is clearly reflected in today's Expo. The participating government departments, including the Development Bureau, the Labor Department, the Drainage Services Department, and the Highways Department, and also the Water Services Department, have already integrated advanced technologies into their daily operations, enhancing both service delivery and also enforcement effectiveness. As the gatekeeper of the occupational safety and health here in Hong Kong, the Labor Department is one of the pioneers in adopting innovation technology in inspection and also enforcement. For instance, the department began using small unmanned aircraft for site inspections in October 2025. Equipped with a super zoom cameras, these drones provide a comprehensive aerial oversight of hard-to-reach and high-risk areas, such as tower cranes and scaffolding. In the coming months, the department will also introduce small, unmanned detection vehicles to support inspections of high-risk drainage works and related accident investigations. These vehicles can verify the accuracy and comprehensiveness of risk assessments conducted by competent persons and enhance occupational safety and also health level within confined space. In addition to combat climate change, the department leveraged the availability of extra data collected to enhance our heat stress at work warning system. Because in the hot day, we have to warn our workers about heat stress. By incorporating more heat index, apart from traditional data, to help enhance the system and accuracy of our heat index. This improves the coverage and sensitivity of our system. As a result, it strengthens the protection of health for employees working under a very hot environment. This Expo serves as a vital catalyst for scaling transformative technologies, underscoring that innovation is one of the most powerful tools for protecting lives. The advancements showcased in this event demonstrate that digital transformation is already taking root across our workplaces. I encourage all stakeholders, industry leaders, practitioners, workplace managers, and innovators to build on that momentum and enhance a forward-looking, data-driven safety culture. I'm sure through our collective efforts, we can turn Vision Zero into a lasting reality. And on this occasion, I would like to wish you all a very fruitful exchange and an inspiring experience at the Expo. Thank you, and see you all tomorrow.
Now let us invite the guest of honor to come onto the stage for the kick-off ceremony.
喺呢個時候，我哋有請各位主禮嘉賓上台，為我哋主持簡單而隆重嘅開幕儀式。
Please welcome
有請職安局成員及職安健創新及資訊科技委員會主席周樂美琪女士。
繼續有請職安局副主席林楚賢教授。
有請勞工處處長許澤森先生太平紳士。
勞工及福利局常任秘書長劉燕女士太平紳士，
以及職安局主席蒙德揚博士陪同勞工及福利局局長孫玉菡先生太平紳士一同到台上，有請。
歡迎晒台上咁多位主禮嘉賓。而家先請我哋嘅主禮嘉賓可以將手放喺屏幕正方形嘅位置上，準備為活動注入能量。
咁喺我哋嘅儀式開始之前啦，呢個時候請咁多位嘅主禮嘉賓啦，一齊望實我哋中間嘅大會攝影師，影翻張大合照先。
等前方嘅大會攝影師影完之後呢，就交俾我哋最後排嘅傳媒朋友同埋我哋其他嘅攝影師朋友啦。一陣間呢，我哋會一齊倒數3聲，就請咁多位主禮嘉賓輕按屏幕，為今日嘅活動打開序幕。Let's all get ready to count down together as we officially start today's grand event.
好啦，咁大家都準備就緒啦噃，一齊倒數啦，預備 3, 2, 1。
Let us harness the power of innovation and technology for OSH.
讓我哋一齊善用創新以及科技，提升職安健水平。
Together, let us embrace innovation and technology to advance occupational safety and health. With that spirit, the OSH Inno Expo has now commenced. It is our great honor to have President of International Social Security Association, Dr Mohammed Azman.
Honorable Secretary for Labour and Welfare, Mr. Chris Sun, Permanent Secretary for Labour and Welfare, Ms. Alice Lau, Commissioner for Labour, Mr. Hui Chak Sam, Chairman of the Occupational Safety and Health Council, Dr. David Mong, Chair Lady of OSH Innovation and Information Technology Committee, Ms. Cindy Chow, my dear colleague, Executive Director of OSH HC, Ms. Bonnie Yao, distinguished representatives of Hong Kong, SAR government, members of the OSH Council, distinguished keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all. Chao San. It is an honor to be here in Hong Kong for this important gathering of the future of workplace safety, innovation, and technology. Allow me first to express my appreciation to the organizers, the Occupational Safety and Health Council, and all partners who have made this expo possible. This platform is important because it brings together not only policymakers and regulators, but also employers, workers, innovators, practitioners, and social security institutions. That combination is necessary because workplace safety cannot be improved by one party alone. It requires shared responsibility, knowledge, and action. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time of real progress, but also a clear contradiction. The world has never had more knowledge, more technology, more data, or more institutional capacity to protect workers. Yet, the global burden of occupational accidents and work-related diseases remains unacceptable. According to International Labour Organization, nearly 3 million people die every year from work-related accidents and diseases. Of these, around 2.6 million deaths are linked to work-related diseases, while about 330,000 are caused by occupational accidents. The ILO also estimates that 395 million workers suffer from non-fatal work injuries each year. These numbers represent workers, families, workplaces, and economies affected by preventable harm. They also remind us that occupational safety and health cannot be treated as a narrow compliance matter. It is not simply about meeting a regulation or completing checklists. It is about whether progress is built on safe, healthy, and decent work. If economic growth is achieved while workers are injured, made ill, or left unprotected, then that growth is incomplete. A country cannot call itself advanced if its workers are unsafe. An economy cannot call itself productive if productivity is built on preventable injury. An organization cannot call itself successful if its people are treated as replaceable. Dear colleague, this is the spirit behind Vision Zero. Vision Zero is founded on a simple but powerful belief. Accidents at work, harm, and occupational diseases are not matters for fate. They have causes, and because they have causes, they can be prevented. Through the 7 golden rules, leaderships, hazard identification, targets, safe systems, safe machines and workplaces, competence, and participation, ISSA has helped translate this belief into practical action. Among these, leadership is fundamental. ISSA is therefore preparing a new Vision Zero guide on leadership, which will soon be made available on the Vision Zero website. These rules remind us that safety cannot depend only on individual caution. It must be built into leadership, systems, designs, skills, and participation. For many years, safety systems were often reactive. We investigated after accident, repaired after failures, and responded after harm had already occurred. That approach helped us learn, but it is no longer enough. The future of occupational safety and health must be built on anticipation. Artificial intelligence, sensor, wearables, predictive analytics, virtual reality, training, and real-time monitoring are changing how we understand risk. They allow us to identify hazards earlier, monitor exposure more accurately, and intervene before incidents become tragedies. But technology must remain a tool, not the purpose. The purpose is still the protection of people. This is why Vision Zero remains essential in the digital age. It gives innovation a human and institutional compass. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, today I wish to go further. Prevention is our first duty, but it is not the full measure of our responsibility. Prevention must continue beyond the point of injury, through recovery, rehabilitation, and return to work. When an accident happens, when a worker becomes ill, when a body is damaged, or a mind is shaken, another chain of risk begins. First comes the injury, then comes absence from work. This can be followed by uncertainty, loss of confidence, loss of income, and loss of employability. If the system is slow or fragmented, the worker may face loss to follow-up, opportunity loss for recovery, and eventually exit from working life. In Social Security, surviving the incident and being discharged from care is not enough. The real question is whether the worker can return as closely as possible to pre-injury functional ability and whether reintegration into works remain possible. If we prevent the accident, we protect the worker from harm, but if harm has already occurred, we must prevent the worker from being left behind by the system. Fellow OSH practitioners, that is why I hold strongly to this principle: prevention before rehabilitation and rehabilitation before compensation. Compensation is important. It protects income, provides relief, and fulfills a duty of Social Security. But compensation alone is not enough. it does not automatically restore work ability, confidence, employability, or dignity. Compensation asks what is owed. Rehabilitation asks what is still possible. That is why rehabilitation must not be treated as an afterthought. It must not begin only when treatment is finished, when compensation is settled, or when the worker has already lost connection with work. Rehabilitation must begin early. It must be planned across the continuum of care, supported by case management, and treated as part of prevention. In traditional system, we often place prevention as the beginning and rehabilitation near the end. But this is no longer sufficient. Rehabilitation must be recognized as secondary prevention. Primary prevention prevents accidents and diseases from happening. Secondary prevention prevents injury from becoming long-term disability and exclusion. Tertiary support reduces hardship when long-term consequences remain. The shift we need is clear. Rehabilitation must move upstream from late-stage intervention to early intervention with the treatment journey. Dear members of the hall, ISSA Return to Work Guidance recognizes return to work as a coordination process. It considers the individual, the work environment, enterprises' needs, and legal responsibilities. It is focused on job retention and on preventing people with reduced work capacity from an early exit from working life. This is an important point. Return to work is not only a medical issue, it is also an employment issue, a social security issue, a workplace issue, and a human issue. Early rehabilitation is biological, psychological, vocational, and social. It is biological because the body must recover function, strength, mobility, endurance, and health. It is psychological because injury affects confidence, motivation, identity, and purpose. A worker who has lost belief in his or her future cannot return through medical treatment alone. It is vocational because return to work requires skills, work ability, suitable placement, job modification, retraining, and employability. It is a social because injury affects the family, household income, social participation, and dignity. Modern rehabilitation is no longer limited to conventional therapy. Neural rehabilitation, robotics, gamification, and biopsychosocial approaches can positively influence treatment outcome after injury. The World Health Organization estimates that 2.41 billion people, around 1 in 3 people globally, live with a health condition that could benefit from rehabilitation. This shows that rehabilitation is not a marginal concern. It is a central question for health systems, labor markets, and social protection in the 21st century. A good system does not wait passively for a claim to file to move from desk to desk. A good system identifies whether the worker early, profiles the case, and opens a pathway towards recovery and return to work. Dear colleague, across the world, social security institutions are rethinking how injured workers are supported after an accident. Medical treatments remain essential, but treatment alone does not guarantee return to work. The real challenge is to connect recovery with rehabilitation, employability, and workplace reintegration. We are already seeing important innovation in this area. Let me just share with you some of the good examples. The German Social Accident Insurance Institution for the Energy, Textile, Electrical, and Media Products sectors, BGTEM, uses Rehab Plus, an artificial intelligence tool that helps identify complex rehabilitation cases earlier. Accident insurance institutions often receive large amounts of information soon after an accident, and it is not always easy to know which cases require more intensive rehabilitation management. Rehab Plus helps case managers recognize these cases more quickly and use their resources more effectively. Back home in Malaysia, Social Security Organization, also known as PERCESO, uses neurorobotics and cybernetics rehabilitation to support workers with neurological disabilities, including stroke, spinal cord injury, and traumatic brain injury. By using advanced rehabilitation technology within a return-to-work framework, the aim is to improve functional recovery and strengthen the workers' readiness to return to work. In Brazil, National Social Insurance Institute, INSS, has applied design thinking to vocational rehabilitation. Instead of looking only at the administrative process, the reform looks at the insured person's journey from referral and evaluation to rehabilitation and return to work. This has helped improve service design, employer engagement, and coordination between institutions. In Germany, DGUV and Research Society for Applied System Safety and Occupational Medicine have also focused on psychological impact of serious accidents. Their digital diagnostic tool supports case workers in identifying psychological disorders earlier so that psychological recovery can be included in the wider rehabilitation plan. The Korea Workers' Compensation and Welfare Service, KCOMWEL, uses the total support system for return to work to link rehabilitation with employment services through big data, artificial intelligence, and virtual counseling. Injured workers who cannot return their original jobs can receive customized job information and employment support based on their individual profile. In Italy, National Institute for Insurance Against Accident at Work supports workers with job-related disabilities by funding workplace reintegration projects. These projects can include adapting workstations, removing barriers, adjusting equipment, or providing training so that the worker can return to suitable job. This example shows that return to work is becoming a global innovation agenda. Each initiative addresses a different part of the journey: early identification, medical rehabilitation, vocational rehabilitation, psychological support, digital employment matching, and workplace adaptation. Taken together, they point to the same message: rehabilitation must not be a single service at the end of the process. It must be an integrated system that helps workers recover, return, and remain included. That is the essence of secondary prevention, preventing injury from becoming exclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of workplace safety must be broader than the absence of accidents. It must include the presence of justice, dignity, and opportunity. Vision Zero gives us the prevention compass. Innovation gives us new tools. Rehabilitation gives us the pathway back after harm. For governments, this means placing prevention and rehabilitation at the center of national policy. OSH policy should not only aim to reduce accidents, but also to ensure that workers who are injured or made ill are supported to recover and return. For employers, it means building workplaces that prevent harm and support workers when they return after injury. A safe workplace is not only one where accidents are avoided, it is also one where injured workers are not discarded. For social security institutions, it means moving beyond compensation alone and becoming engines of recovery and reintegration. Benefits remain important, but the future of social security must include stronger prevention, earlier rehabilitation, and closer links to the labor market. And for all of us, it means ensuring that every system we build protects human dignity. These conversations shall continue at the 24th World Congress on Safety and Health at Work in Dhaka, Senegal in April 2027, the first World Congress to be held in Africa. I invite all of you to continue this dialogue in Dhaka. But the work must not wait until then. It must begin in every workplace, every institution, and every policy decision we make today. So, let us define the next chapter clearly. It is Vision Zero and beyond. It means preventing harm before it happens, rehabilitating early when harm occurs, compensating fairly when support is needed, and above all, it means never allowing injury to become exclusion. Because the true measure of progress is not only how many accidents we prevent, but how many lives we restore. With that, thank you, Doja. Don't worry, last 1 minute, I'm already over. Thanks for the indulgence.
接住落嚟，有請下一位講者 Mr. Park Jinho。
Before announcement, please understand that I'm not good at English. Honorable Dr. David Mong, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Jinho Park, Director of AI Digital Strategies Bureau at the Korea OSHA Agency. It's a great pleasure to be here at the second OSHA Innovation and Technology Expo in Hong Kong. Today, I would like to share how KOSHA is using AI and big data to support OSHA in Korea. The title of my presentation is KOSHA's AI Initiatives for OSHA. More specifically, I will talk about how we are developing AI, not just as a technology, but as a practical tool for proactive industrial accident prevention. Before I introduce our AI initiatives, let me briefly introduce KOSHA. KOSHA consists of headquarters and several specialized institutions, including research, training, and certification centers. In addition, Korea has 31 branch offices across Korea, which allow us to provide safety and health services close to workplaces. Our organization has around 2,000 staff members. KOSHA carries out a wide range of OSHA programs. First, technical support, certification, and inspection services to workplaces. Second, financial support to help workplaces improve their safety and health conditions. Third, safety and health education and promote safety culture. Fourth, research and development and cooperate with domestic and international partners. And finally, we work to build future safety and health infrastructure. Through these activities, KOSHA supports workplaces in preventing accidents and improving their safety and health management. Now let me move on to KOSHA's AI system. KOSHA is working to develop AI specialized in OSHA. For us, AI is not just about automation or efficiency. It's a tool to make accident prevention more proactive, data-driven, and practical for workplaces. By using AI and big data, we aim to identify risk signals earlier and support better decision-making. In the following slide, I will explain why specialized AI is needed in OSHA and introduce our major AI initiatives. Why does KOSHA need specialized AI for OSHA? The reason is simple. It must give reliable and safe answers. If an AI system provides incorrect information in OSHA, it may lead to unsafe decisions at real workplaces. That is why trust is essential. Another important point is data. KOSHA has accumulated unique OSHA data through technical guidance, workplace support, accident cases, and expert knowledge. This kind of field-based data is not easily available from general web sources. As AI moves into the domain-specific era, high-quality professional data will become more important. For this reason, KOSHA is working to build AI that is specialized, trustworthy, and grounded in real-world knowledges. You know, misinformation can become a real safe risk. A general AI model may sometimes provide an answer that sounds natural but is not fully correct. In many fields, this may only cause inconvenience, but in all, incorrect information can lead to unsafe decisions at workplaces. So, KOSHA's approach is to build AI that does not simply generate answers, but provides answers based on reliable data, regulations, and expert knowledge. Another important reason is the value of reliable domain data. Many AI models are trained on large amounts of public web data. However, you know, general web data is not enough. We need data that reflects real workplaces, real hazards, real accident cases, and verified prevention measures. KOSHA has accumulated this kind of domain knowledge through many years of field activities. By combining AI technology with reliable domain data, KOSHA can build AI systems that are more practical, more accurate, and more useful for accident prevention. This slide summarizes KOSHA's major AI initiative. Today, I will introduce three main examples. The first is high-risk workplace AI prediction. The system uses machine learning and big data to identify workplaces with a higher risk of industrial accidents. The second is KOSHA AI Assistant for OSHA law. This system uses large language models and retrieval-based technology to support more accurate and consistent answers to OSHA legal inquiries. The third is AI-assisted site inspection. This system uses computer vision to identify hazardous machinery and safety guards from workplace images. These three initiatives are connected to one goal. KOSHA aims to use AI to identify risks earlier, support better decisions, and provide more practical assistance to workplaces. Now let me introduce the first AI initiative, high-risk workplace AI prediction. This slide shows how KOSHA developed the high-risk workplaces prediction system step by step. First, KOSHA established a big data platform and a long-term development plan. Then you developed AI prediction models for individual workplaces, starting with the manufacturing sector. After that, we expanded the model to construction and service industries. The system does not only predict the risk at the individual workplace level, it also provides broader risk or loss by industry and region using macroeconomic indicators and accident trend data. In other words, KOSHA system combines two perspectives. One is a micro-level prediction system that identifies high-risk workplaces. The other is a macro-level risk or loss system that monitors accident risk by industry and region. Through this approach, KOSHA can support both targeted workplace innovation and broader prevention planning. In Korea, there are about 4 million workplaces. However, the number of workplaces that KOSHA can directly visit and support every year is limited. This creates an important challenge. With limited prevention resources, we needed to decide which workplaces should be supported first. The high-risk workplace prediction system helps us answer this question. By using AI and big data, KOSHA can identify workplaces that are more likely to experience industrial accidents. Then we can focus our technical support and prevention activities on workplaces with higher risk. KOSHA's prediction model uses both internal and external data. Data includes workplace information, technical guidance records, and previous accident-related information. Based on these data, the AI model analyzes risk patterns among workplaces with similar characteristics. Then the system calculates a risk score for each workplace. The risk score ranges from 0 to 1. In our system, workplaces with a risk score of 0.5 or higher are classified as high-risk workplaces. Based on the prediction results, KOSHA applies the model to actual prevention activities. In 2025, KOSHA provided technical guidance and prevention support to about 290,000 workplaces. Among them, around 180,000 workplaces were selected as high-risk workplaces by the AI prediction model. This means that AI was used not only for analysis, but also for deciding where prevention resources should be focused. After these targeted prevention activities, the serious accident rate decreased by 9.8%. This result shows that AI-based targeting can support more effective prevention activities. Now let me introduce the second AI initiative, KOSHA, AI Assistant for OSHA law. KOSHA receives many inquiries related to OSHA laws every year. These questions are often complex because OSHA laws are connected with acts, enforcement decrees, enforcement rules, notices, and guidelines. For this reason, simply using a general-purpose LLM is not enough. There are also practical concerns such as cost, domain specialization, and data security. So KOSHA is developing an AI assistant specialized in OSHA law. The system combines a domain-specific language model with RAG. RAG means Retrieval Augmented Generation. This allows the AI to search relevant legal documents and generate answers based on reliable legal grounds. Our goal is to support accurate, consistent, and evidence-based responses to OSHA legal inquiries. To improve the reliability of the AI assistant, KOSHA structured OSHA legal knowledge as a knowledge graph. OSHA law is not a simple collection of documents. The Act, enforcement decrees, enforcement rules, and related notice are connected to each other. If AI retrieves only one document fragment without understanding this structure, the answer may be incomplete. That is why KOSHA built a structured legal knowledge base. The AI assistant can retrieve related legal provisions and generate answers based on clear legal grounds. On the right side, you can see an example question about whether a hazardous work plan is required for a construction project. The system retrieves the relevant legal basis and provides a final answer with supporting facts. This is the type of AI support we aim for, not just a fluent answer, but an answer that is grounded, consistent, and traceable. This slide shows a demonstration screen of the OSHA law AI assistant. The purpose of this system is not simply to generate answers. More importantly, it is the design to accurately identify the relevant legal grounds for each question. When a user enters a question, the AI agent searches related laws, enforcement decrees, enforcement rules, and administrative notices. Then, based on the relative legal grounds, it generates a draft answer. In other words, we focus to build an agent that can find the right legal base first and then provide an answer. Now let me introduce the third AI initiative, AI Assist Site Inspection. This system uses workplaces images to identify hazardous machinery and safety guards. The goal is to support self-inspection at workplaces and help users recognize potential hazards more easily. For this project, KOSHA first focused on 4 types of hazardous machinery. This includes press machines, shearing machines, crushers, and conveyors. We collected the labeled workplace images and developed an object detection model based on YOLO. YOLO means you only look once. The model is designed to detect hazardous machinery and related safety guards from workplace images. At this stage, the system focuses on recognizing key objects in the image. Going forward, we plan to expand the targeted machinery types and connect the detection results with safety guidance and accident prevention information. This slide shows the basic process of AI-assisted site inspection. First, a workplace image is uploaded to the system. Then the AI model detects hazardous machinery and safety guards in the image. Based on the detection results, the system connects the image with relevant accident cases, risk factors, and prevention measures. So the purpose is not only to recognize objects. The purpose is to help workplaces understand what kind of hazard may exist and what preventive actions may be needed. Through these processes, KOSHA aims to support easier and more practical self-inspection at workplaces. KOSHA's future vision is to develop an integrated AI-based support system for OSH. Rather than operating each AI system separately, we aim to connect the AI capabilities introduced earlier into one coordinated framework. By doing so, KOSHA can provide more proactive, practical, and customized support for workplaces. In this future model, AI will support the full cycle of accident prevention, from identifying risks to providing guidance and supporting workplace action. This slide shows KOSHA's future vision. For an integrated AI assistant for OSH, the first function is AI targeting. This will further develop our high-risk workplace prediction system and help us select prevention targets more precisely. By doing so, KOSHA can maximize both the efficiency and effectiveness of its prevention programs. The second function is AI safety and health briefing. Before KOSHA staff provide technical support to a workplace, the system can generate an AI-based briefing on the workplace. This may include workplace characteristics, accident history, similar accident cases, and key risk factors. This will help our staff understand the workplace in advance and provide more focused support. The third function is the AI safety and health guide, together with online self-check services. This is designed to help workplaces check their own risks and strengthen their autonomous safety management system. In the future, KOSHA aims to connect these functions into one integrated AI support system. Our goal is not only improve KOSHA's internal work, but also to help workplaces manage safety more actively and independently. To conclude, I would like to highlight 3 key messages. First, OSH requires specialized and trustworthy AI. AI in this field must be accurate, evidence-based, and responsible. Second, KOSHA's strengths come from its field experience, expert knowledge, and accumulated OSH data. We are using these assets to build practical AI systems for real workplaces. Third, our goal is not simply to develop AI models. Our goal is to use AI to prevent accidents, support workplaces, and protect workers' lives and health. KOSHA will continue to advance AI-based accident prevention and strengthen cooperation with partners around the world. Thank you for your attention.
即將咧為我哋分享新加坡嘅實踐經驗。Then let's welcome Mr Silas Sng, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 大家早晨。Okay. My apologies. That's about all the Cantonese I can manage. I'm unable to do my presentation in Cantonese. Well, first and foremost, I want to thank OSH Council for having me here, I think to share the Singapore experience. I would like to begin this morning sharing with a personal story. Late April this year, I was in Hokkaido celebrating my anniversary with my wife. And one night while we were sleeping soundly, in the middle, suddenly we were woken up by my wife's alarm. And I thought for a moment that my wife had set the alarm at 4:30 in the morning, but it was not meant to be. The alarm was screaming loudly, and it was screaming, "Earthquake alert, earthquake alert." So I got up, I felt the room shaking, and as we tried to, immediately, I think the safety in me kicked in, right? What do? My wife was faster than me. She married the commissioner, so she is also safety trained, right? The first thing that she did, was to duck under the door frame, because unfortunately where we were staying was a ryokan. The bed was a tatami. The table was no higher than my knee, right? So there was no way we could duck under the table. So we duck under the door frame. At least hopefully the door frame can withstand something. Thankfully, after a while, the shaking stopped, and I sort of went to do my risk assessment. I look out. Was there any evacuation orders? None. I look out of the window, and I asked, and I looked to see whether were there any people flogging out onto the streets to escape maybe whatever building collapsed. But lo and behold, everything was as if nothing had happened at all. Of course, I've learned to realize that I think in Japan, especially in Hokkaido, the buildings are made to withstand some level of earthquake. Right? So I was very thankful for that. But the point of in sharing this story is to illustrate, to make the point that technology can be used to protect lives and limb. And in my case, quite honestly, if not for my wife's alarm, I would probably have continued sleeping through, because the shaking was not so drastic. Right? It felt like, it almost felt like maybe my wife moved a bit, and the bed will shake a bit. But other than that, it was life as per normal for me, right? So I was very thankful that the technology helped to alert and woke me up. And today, for those of you all who have sort of had the opportunity to visit the exhibition, there are plenty of technology innovation. And we are very happy to see all such innovation. But the big question is, how can we get the industry, how can we get companies to adopt technology and innovation more pervasively? That is one big challenge. I come from the ministry, I come from the government, so Vincent is my counterpart here. And it's always easy to say that, to get not say easy, pardon me, but it's relatively easy to get a company with some deep pockets to invest in some technology. But the big question then is, how do we get the SME, the small and medium enterprises, to adopt technology? They don't have as deep a pocket as Yiping. And the question then is, how then do we continue to encourage them? So in Singapore, we try, in the government space, we use 4 levers to increase such tech adoption. And these 4 levers are sort of increases in different levels of adoption. The first is, of course, just to legislate and mandate. The government pass a law, orders the company, you have to do this. You will get the highest level of adoption, right? But it will also result in the highest cost implication on the industry. So that is not something that the government can use pervasively. So we have to use it selectively. Tech vendors out there would love for the government, can you please legislate? Once you mandate, wow, they will all be happy. You know, in Chinese, or 盆满钵满, right? You know, they can hear the banks ringing, right? But that's not always the case. So that's a first lever that the government can do. The second lever is to leverage on public sector projects, especially in the context of construction. In Singapore, we have a saying in Singapore that we are never done building Singapore, much like I think every other developed countries, including Hong Kong. So we leverage on the government's role as a service buyer, as a developer, to lead by example. When we tell the industry, can you please adopt some technology, right? We also lead by example to get some of the public sector agencies to pay for those technology and to implement it on the ground. Hopefully, it will also pull the rest along. And in Singapore, about 60 to 70% of the construction projects are run by the government. So we do carry quite a heavy influence in the industry. The third lever that we often use is provide funding. Right? This goes beyond the construction context. So we have arranged with the various government agencies to provide grants and subsidies to basically lower the cost of adoption. So we have something for the logistic, something for the built environment, for the marine offshore, precision engineering, for different industry sectors where we have identified technologies that can help them improve not just their safety, but more importantly, productivity as well. So those are the areas that we try to nudge companies to adopt. And the last lever is really nothing but just moral suasion to encourage. And events like this, I think where we raise awareness that and demonstrate the benefits of solutions, they all help to increase that level of awareness of what solutions are out there that can help them. Now, I want to move on very quickly to talk about how do we apply innovation to create that proactive and resilient WSH culture. Most, if not all, technologies are innovative, but not all innovation needs to be technology-based. So this is the part where I wanted to share very briefly, right? The ABCDs, I sort of frame it in this manner so that it'll be easier for you to remember. First is about building awareness. What's the business case? How do we help with compliance? And how do we strengthen deterrence? Very briefly, the first is about increasing awareness of risks to stakeholders. So we have this project that we call Safe Site VA that provides real-time alerts to supervisor. This is no different, I think, from the Hong Kong's 4S system. It's AI-enabled CCTV where once an unsafe situation is uncovered, the supervisors will get an alert. What we have done in addition to that is to develop a common dashboard for the developers and contractors to see. Why this is necessary for us? Because I mentioned earlier in Singapore, 60 to 70% of our projects are done by the government agencies. So at any one point in time, the government agencies will have 5, 6, maybe even 10 projects. And if you imagine, if each project handles their own, applies their own AI, work with different vendors, you have 10 dashboards to look at. Then that's not very useful. Right? So what we have done is to develop a common dashboard that allows the developers to also know the progress on site, what are the unsafe situations, And more importantly for us is whether the contractor involved in that project, are they really rectifying and paying attention to the safety and health situation? So that's one. Second, very quick example, we deploy micro-learning and experiential learning for the migrant workers, I think, especially in the construction site. Right? So these are not very high-tech stuff, but just to set the context that in Singapore, we have close to, at least just for construction alone, we have close to 400,000 migrant workers. I wish, there's a VR module there. I wish I could make everybody go through that, but that would not be quite scalable. So we have to deploy something that is more scalable. And you see here that we develop experiential learning, work with the association and industry, and so that when the workers, we put the workers through this experiential learning, including one that allows them to fall through a trapdoor safely into a pit, right? So that they experience what it means to fall, so that, and they fall safely, rather than fall safely in the training center than to fall on site. So these are some of the innovations that we try to apply, we applied in Singapore. Next, we want to strengthen the business case. For contractors, for one, I've never believed when the contractor tell me safety is my #1 priority. No. I think Yip Heng yesterday also demonstrated that, right? For the contractor, your building, your schedule, your quality is your #1 priority. Safety is also a priority, but I never believe that it's #1, right? So how then do we strengthen safety case? For the longest time, for OSH professionals, we have always said safety is a competitive advantage. There is a case, there is money to be made by being safe. So this is where we nudge the industry to try to get them to do more. 3 things. One, we introduce a service that we call Check Safe that allows developers, contractors to check what is the safety records of the company. If I'm going to renovate my home, I will check whether this contractor, what is the safety record. If it's good, okay, then I'll appoint him. If it's bad, then no. So very often, a lot of the government developers will use this service to check contractors that they intend to engage. Next is beyond the government sector, right? We try to draw in as many industry leaders as possible. And these are what we call the industry queen bees, large companies. So today we have about 37 of them. Collectively, they employ almost 350,000 workers in Singapore. And we call them WSH advocates, where they will then set some expectations and requirements for their supply chain to be safe before they are engaged. So this is, in a way, trying to pull together the message, to bring together the message that safety is good for business. It is not just a cost, but it is good for business. And finally, if the employer refuses to listen or for whatever reason choose not to listen, then you have to take out the stick, right? From the business point of view, we disqualify them from tendering for projects. So that's another way that we have gone about trying to nudge the business case. Next, I want to share very quickly about how we go about facilitating compliance by company. Just now, earlier on, it was heat stress was mentioned, so I'll use that example as well. Right? So in Singapore, we have a national-wide heat stress framework, use a traffic light system based on WBGT. Right? So what we have worked with the various government agencies is there's an app that allows anybody with the app to see what is the nearest WBGT reading. So you'll see like now this one is buzzing red. So that means it have exceeded the threshold and then necessary action needs to be taken. On top of that, I think we recognize that WBGT is very much subjected to localized condition. So we also require companies, especially the larger companies, to have their on-site meters so that they can monitor even closer. Training record is yet another one. right? I mentioned, we have like, altogether in Singapore, we have more than 1 million migrant workers, and their training, their awareness of safety are all recorded, and we build that into their digital work path, which means that one way, the traditional way is, if I see the worker, you show me your pass, then you take out a crumpled piece of paper or laminated piece of card or whatever, right? Sometimes I've known cases where they used to fake it, right, counterfeit and so on and so forth. Right? So what we have done right now is to ingest that into the system where you can check using your phone. Last but not least, deterrence effect. I think very much like Hong Kong, we also use drones for our inspection and surveillance. And we make it a point to tell the industry that we are using drones. And they don't like that. So that's, they know that we are using it. And I think one of the contractors asked me before, Silas, are you going to fly a drone and automatically generate fines for us? I say we can, but for your sake, I'll hold that off first. You guys improve, then we'll talk later. Right? So that's one way we go about doing it. And last but not least, I think in terms of innovation, okay, this is not a new innovation, but it's something that we deploy for a number of years. It's a demerit point system for contractors as well as manufacturing. Demerit points like driving license is very effective too. We tell the industry that, look, this is the cliff, do not go near there, right? But if for whatever reason they are unsafe and they are caught, right, there will be penalties for them. I'm last to my last 3 minutes. I will just, very briefly end off with AI. No presentation today on technology and innovation can escape about AI. So I just want to share very briefly 2 projects that we are doing. The first is what we call AI Reinforced Investigation System. So this is something more internal. That's for my investigators. This is an AI tool, very much I think like what I think earlier KOSHA have shared. It helps my investigator when accident happen. What it will do is it will then be able to pull together all the necessary, whether it's laws, code of practice, best practices, all the necessary research that needs to be done before the investigator plunge into the full investigation, and it helps them in a way. What is perhaps I think most interesting is the interview assistant board. So imagine if I'm interviewing you, right? The AI will help to generate some question. You provide the answer, then the AI will then generate the next question based on what you tell me. So this is, of course, we tell the investigators that, look, the AI is not going to replace you, right? You still need to apply your mind to it, right? So this is a very fairly new tool that we have deployed. And the last part, I think, is which all my investigators don't like, is really, and after doing all the investigation work, they have the arduous task of putting together a report for me to read, right? And half the time, I will have a lot of questions for them, right? So now with the AI, yeah, it's a lot faster. So it helps a lot, I think, with how we go about doing it. And most importantly, it really helps with the new investigators to upskill themselves quickly. The learning curve is much faster with this. The next part, I think, also similar to the Korean, is a project that we call iSpot. It's a research project that taps on the power of generative AI to develop the next gen of video analytics solution. So today, most of them are trained on specific unsafe scenario, whether it's helmet, not wearing helmet, not wearing PPE, or workers are under suspended loads. What we are trying to do here with the Research Institute is to broaden it to undefined, unsafe situation. Our aim, our vision is that we want this AI to be almost as smart as a human inspector, right? And once this is successful, we hope it is successful, then we will then be able to deploy this and meshed it with our video analytics. I'm last 30 seconds, I will just end off, with this point that innovation and technology can become a force for good when guided by responsibility and care for people. And in this conference, I think we've heard much, I think from the VIPs, from the earlier speakers, we are all here to protect lives and limbs. And technology is there to use. And if we used it to our advantage, with that spirit of a care for the workers, we definitely can use it to improve and protect workers. On that note, thank you very much for your attention.
The next speaker will be Dr. Sven Timm. He will now join us to share insights on the future of workplace safety, AI, prevention, and global collaboration. Let us welcome Dr. Sven Timm to join us on stage. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, our kind host. Thank you very much for inviting me. I have to say sorry for my co-presenter. He was unfortunately not able to show up for personal reasons. It's Jacob Cord. So it's my task to give the full report, what we intended to present here. It's first of all about AI strategy and some selected AI cases. It's finally about international collaboration. But first of all, please allow me just a few words about the German social accident insurance or the statutory accident insurance scheme in Germany. It's about the role and structure, about the mandate. It's a relatively old system, as you can see. Social insurance was already invented in the 19th century, and an essential part is the accident insurance. It started in 1884. The special thing is this system is solely financed by the employers, whereas the other parts of the social insurance scheme are financed by the employers and the employees on a more or less equal share. We are in charge of approximately 3.5 million companies, as well as institutions and other organizations which are insured bodies. And we are running in our system 9 institutions for industry and trade. We call them BGs, and another 24 dealing with majorly the public sector. What is covered in our system? Occupational accidents, so it's a full set. It's occupational diseases, and also it is commuting accidents. So that was the commercial part of our organization, just to introduce it to you and why we are acting this way. I'm partially able to present today. Generally, we see within our strategy as a system, we see AI as a transformative force with 4 pillars: strict value-driven AI approach, with users centricity as a core, as a key, with AI solutions based on AI ethics. In Europe, this is a very big topic in context with the European Union and its rules and regulations of the 27 member states of the European Union. And we want to establish AI partnerships, and they are, I think, a key for us. In the course of what was done, it started with the BG Bau, one of our members of DGOV, and a funding of our Ministry of Labor. And in this course, a first tool was designed. I will introduce a little bit later. Then this was scaled up to, I would say, the majority of the other BGs and another public body institution in 25. And we plan to have in 2026 an enhanced collaboration also with international partners. Some selected AI use cases. First of all, it is an AI funded model based on 3 layers. It's about the data, inspection data. It started with inspection data of the construction sites in Germany for over 20 years. And that was combined with the AI algorithms. It led to a dashboard with a 360-degree view on companies and what was going on when it comes to the OSH performance, and an AI-based recommendation of the system. When it comes a little bit, for example, like in Singapore, a prediction what can happen next time, what company is most likely to have an accident. And last but not least, for the inspectors, some sort of a dashboard with a work list. This led to remarkable savings. The potential was calculated with approximately €250 million. Finally, it led at least to serious numbers, high numbers of savings in the inspection sector. I will explain this a little bit later. These were the calculations and the background data about the construction sector in Germany. And the next step was to extend this to the whole of the accident insurance institutions in Germany for industry and trade of the BGs. And there you can see 4 elements: an AI-based voice recording instead of paperwork. Secondly, an efficiency boost, which was an outcome for the reporting. Silas was already mentioning this. The necessary time could be reduced from 30 to about 5 minutes. It's majorly the checking of the expert of the automatically designed and created reports. It led to more consistency in the reportings because there were defect codes identified and definited. And last but not least, the savings led to more than 60,000 inspection hours of inspectors. So it could be used for more inspection. The next approach is to design a portal towards the end of 2026. It's the so-called Nexus Corporation. It's, as I already said, 7 of 9 BGs involved in this. And this portal should be the single point of contact for companies. It should be proactive and reactive assistance. It should include a self-adapting to users' needs, so a learning system. This is what we expect from AI models, I think, in every context. And it should be interactive when it comes to rules and regulations which we have in place, as Germany is a bigger, not comparable to China, but is a bigger economy with more than 80 million people living and working there. So there are a lot of rules and regulations, and these have to be taken into account and have to be, let's say, opened and clarified for the general public and for companies by the use of AI within the language the people need for their work. Another tool is, or part of it, is extended reality, and AI supported extended reality by using, for example, those special kind of glasses can be experienced in the booth of DGOV here in the exhibition area, and we would highly welcome you, and we love to have you there. There will be a presentation about what the system is able to manage in the afternoon as well on the other stage. Yeah, let's talk about the next chapter. We want to make use of the portals in order to create, when it comes, for example, to construction, videos for example, for individual construction sites or accident scenarios with AI by making use of different kinds of models, so building information modeling, BIM, and things like this. And finally, the idea behind is to create videos already in the planning phases. The benefit for company might also be that they can showcase their own OSH measures already in advance, so in a sense of digital twins. So now I'm coming to the last point, which is very close to my heart. It's about international collaborations, and this is majorly what I'm doing when I'm working in that field. I'm very much associated with the ISSA, International Social Security Association. Dr. Azman, the president, the acting president, gave a presentation this morning about what is ISSA's aim, or what should be the general aim of accident insurance schemes or employment injury schemes, however you name them. Collaboration is key, I think, and we started collaboration already with Japan. It's about this inspection, AI-supported inspection scheme. This is already in a proof of concept phase in Japan, and there is intense discussion and negotiation about continuing extending this. It should be experience exchange, and that means it's not a one-way. Another thing is a collaboration project with Brazil. Udo Schöpf will report about this project in the afternoon, so I do not want to dive too deep into this, but I think one brickstone in the wall which may become essential as well. Yeah, and what we would love to promote AI in social protection as a whole, together with all the ones who are active in that field. We would like to establish a global network, maybe based on some work of ISSA, in order to get all the partners on board. So it's an invitation to all who are interested to partner and to cooperate. And the idea behind is to create some sort of an AI store, an app store for AI solutions, dealing with documentation and tutorials with user reviews and ratings, so from the real world reports of what was working well and what was, let's say, at least improvable. It should be generative AI-based search functions included, and collaborating and networking should be a major part of this, as well as it should be automated ethical use checks included in this. And we also would like finally to establish 5 key dimensions data sharing and interoperability. I think we can all learn from this. Nowadays, the data market is a high potential market. It's billions of dollars, yen, yuan, euros in data buying and selling. So if we can do as social insurance institutions or the guys who are in charge of social security, if we can share this without charging anything, that would help a lot. It's about AI strategy sharing, and we are doing this here, so this is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Bonnie, for starting this. It was really, and Winston, really a wonderful thing. Yeah, we could jointly build capacities and share also value-driven use cases. So solutions could be jointly co-developed. This is my appeal on all of you. And because one appeal is not enough, the next appeal, in next April, we will have to face, and I expect at least 50% of you, I will make a check next year, to attend at the next World Congress. ISSA and ILO have given the charge to the host of Dakar. It's the Ministry of Labor and the CARES, which is the accident insurance scheme there. It's from the 26th to the 30th April in the most western country of Africa. And this is one reason. And the second reason is we also running an international media festival for prevention. It's about any kind of video clip, but also any kind of multimedia. Your contributions are all very much welcome. Please have a look at this website, mediaandprevention.org. You may get an idea. All the contributions submitted in the last 4 World Congresses are available. And maybe you have a wonderful thing to add in this as well. And 3 minutes ahead, my end of time, I'm happy to say thank you to all of you.
Next, we turn to the theme of promoting innovative OSH applications of technology and robotics. May I now invite our next distinguished speaker to take the stage, Mr. Hans-Horst Konkolowski.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Occupational Safety and Health Council, the Labor Department, for inviting me once again to attend this second edition of this wonderful initiative. And congratulations, Bonnie, and your teams with the success of the event. I think it is already seen 100 exhibitors showcasing real new developments in our field. So thank you very much for not only presenting this here in Hong Kong, but also worldwide. So 2 years ago, I spoke about the future of occupational safety and health and the need for a paradigm shift in prevention. And one of the areas that I focused on was the need to actually introduce digitalization in prevention, because traditionally we have been working not with a lot of technology in prevention, but we have used traditional methods, I could say like manual methods of conducting our task. So what is happening right now is really exciting, so I am going to focus my prevention on, again, Vision Zero, because this is our mindset, and how AI plays in there. And as you can see from the sub-headline, that we believe that we now move from compliance to intelligence in prevention. So just to recall, compliance is, of course, the basis, because we have a regulatory framework for working in our field. Companies are obliged to apply these regulations, and inspectors secure that this happens. So the compliance with regulation, to have a common playing field, is a basis of what we're doing. But it's not enough. If you look into compliance, we can see that traditionally we inspect and we report. This is what inspectors do. This is what safety and health professionals do every day. You assess and you notify if necessary, and you enforce and correct if something needs to be adopted. And then you follow up and verify that this is sustainable. But there are some problems with that because it's a reactive by design. You see something, you react. You see something that already is a risk and might already have happened and resulted in an accident. It's manual and document heavy. So often it has to be registered. You have to put down reports to document the compliance. It's fragmented across the tools and teams, so there are different teams working. They don't have concise materials there. And you can say it's optimized for audits. It works very well for audits, or for standard and others, but it's not optimized for prevention. So, sorry. Yep. So compliance falls short because we use lagging indicators, historic indicators, which don't deliver our aim of Vision Zero. Because decisions are nowadays dominated by historic data. This has a very limited predictive capability. Of course, you can see some trends and you can identify some possible areas, but it's still limited to the historic data. There are human capacity constraints, the time, attention, and consistency across the teams. And health and well-being risks are often underreported. Therefore, also information is scattered across different systems, so it's difficult to have an overview. One can say that what we mainly are focusing is what's above the surface of the water and not what is below, so this classical iceberg model. So what we see are incidents. What we don't see are the underlying risk signals because they are hidden. They're not visible by the inspector. So you can say the work accidents is what we register, what we focus a lot about, so we talk about safety. But what is often hidden is the occupational health and well-being behind that that might lead to accidents but is not registered. So this is one of the issues we have to address. So we need a broader mission, and this is, as you all know, that we both work with safety, health, and well-being. So we talk about preventing injuries and serious accidents, prevent work-related ill health, and protect mental health and psychosocial safety. And this all is brought together in the Vision Zero mindset, where you have safety, health, and well-being, and it's all within the Vision Zero. And as it already was presented in the first presentation by Dr. Azman, what is it all about? That all harm is preventable. This is our belief. It's a belief system. We all, as preventions, believe that this is our value, our key value. But what we also say is that prevention needs to be proactive and leadership-driven. And this is something that we have been lacking traditionally, where it was more in the line and the shop floor level, but not at the board level. The objective is a culture of prevention, so it's not just a mathematical zero, but it's a culture of prevention that integrates both safety, health, and well-being. And our objective is that the systems we have in place, the culture in the organization, and the behavior aligns towards this vision. But if we look at, since almost 10 years ago, we launched Vision Zero and where we are today, we must say we have a challenge because progress has stalled. Accident reduction is plateauing, and traditional safety approaches are reaching their limits. So I've gathered just a few data. So to say this is not just in one, or this is really a global problem. These are data from Australia, WorkSafe Australia, and you can see how over the last 10 years or so we are plateauing. So we are no longer reducing incident rates and numbers of fatal accidents. Here from the United States, the same. Fatal occupational injuries, if you look from about 2010 onwards, we have a stalling. There's no increase anymore. These are fatal accidents in the European Union. Also here you can see it's stagnating. This is the United Kingdom, which usually is a reference, I think, also when we talk about fatal accidents and accident prevention, but you can see they're stuck as well at similar levels. And here, this is the data I could find from Hong Kong. And you can see we have also here a similar trend. So in Hong Kong, you're not alone. This is a global trend. So we need to look for other solutions. We need to go forward. And what we need, it has already been mentioned in the presentations, we need to predict risks earlier. We need to use AI and data. And we need to integrate safety, health, and well-being. We still talk too much about accident prevention. and focus on excellence and safety. We need to take a holistic view because the behavior is influenced by people's well-being, by their readiness to actually work with the risks that they are facing during the workday. So the inflection point is AI, and because we want to turn OSH data into prevention intelligence. And what is AI doing? It can analyze millions of data points very, very fast. It can detect patterns that are invisible for the human eye. They can look into the hidden patterns that we could not see just in looking at excellent statistics. And it can identify emerging risks before harm occurs. And finally, it can prioritize actions for the biggest prevention impact. We just saw also in the presentation from Sven how this is being done in one of the construction sector, amongst others, by the social accident insurance there. So AI can be a safety, health, and well-being amplifier. But how do we get from the data to prevention intelligence? First of all, we have to capture the data. So monitoring, we see a lot of technology here, collecting data through surveillance mechanisms, through inspections, incident, of course, data, health data, and operational data. Then we have to make some sense of these data, and here AI comes in as a fantastic tool to support that. So AI and analytics, they help us to find patterns. Then we have to look into the leading indicators, to look into the future. What is the capacity of an organization to manage its safety and health risk? This is when we look into these patterns that have been identified, and we look into leading indicators and weak signal alerts. And then we can take early action. We can take prioritized controls, for example, visits by inspectors, as it's the case in Germany, and we can look into the interventions that are necessary to avoid this. And then we need to learn because it's a continuous process. So this is basically how we go from the data to intelligent prevention. And the good news is, as we can see here, the future is already here. So when we talk about AI, it's already in use, and there are lots of solutions. And what I would like just to present briefly is an AI-powered platform that has been developed by the International ORP Foundation, which is called Sabentis, which gives a real-time visibility of safety, health, and well-being risks, predictive detection of emerging hazards and these weak signals that the human eye cannot see, an automation of repetitive OSH process and documentation. I think this is maybe one of the most important because we need to free resources for the inspectors and for the safety and health professionals so they actually can devote themselves to prevention and not to administration. And here AI comes in with the reporting that can be done in a few minutes or sometimes in seconds, what otherwise would take hours. So there's a great help to be found there, and this cannot be underestimated. I think the minimum time saving that we have seen is 40%, and that's a lot. And we can have an integrated prevention management across sites and teams.
Safety and health depend on paperwork and assumptions instead of data. You put your team at risk. Modern protection must be predictive, automated, and always active. Meet Sabentis, the leading occupational health and safety OHS platform, protecting more than 8 million workers in 150,000 companies. For more than 20 years, Sabentis has had a single goal: to digitize and connect safety and health. Sabentis isn't just another OHS tool. It's an intelligent ecosystem that redefines prevention. Sabentis is the only platform in the industry with end-to-end integrated generative AI, true computer vision, machine learning, and an automated decision engine built into its architecture. We are pioneers in AI-driven ergonomics with proprietary EMG sensors, motion analysis, and posture detection that automatically scores the level of risk. Our solution integrates 45 modules that unify all of OHS, from health surveillance and risk assessment to psychosocial, ergonomics, emergency plans, CAE, business intelligence, training, and the worker and contractor portals. Sabentis' API integrates with any system through open standards, connecting seamlessly with SAP, Oracle, Workday, Dynamics, ERPs, and analytics tools. With Sabentis Plus, our e-learning platform, you deliver, manage, and oversee all your training and certifications in one place. And with our app, you can also manage in-the-field inspections, alerts, plans, and preventive actions from any device. Sabentis' AI, automation, and predictive analytics reduce risks, optimize inspections, trigger smart alerts, and streamline key processes, providing data that helps you make better decisions. All of this runs on an enterprise infrastructure backed by ISO 27001 and ENS certifications, built on Microsoft Azure to deliver continuous performance, intelligent auto-scaling, and maximum security. Are you ready to leave behind that software of the past and take the leap into the future? Choose Sabentis. Choose the extraordinary.
So, this was a bit of marketing, but just to showcase that the reality is already there, and there are many of these platforms available, so industries can use them. And these are really powerful, and we'll try to explain this a bit more in detail. But what is it that lately has added extreme value to our work? These are the AI agents. And just to say a few words, what are these AI agents? Because this is what you will hear a lot, or AI assistants. These are intelligent digital assistants embedded in the platform, continuously analyzing data, detect risk and trigger action, and support the full prevention cycle. So they work 24/7 to assist you as a professional in your work, as a manager, as an inspector. And what do? Expected? They identify these weak signals and the emerging risks. They prioritize actions based on impact. They automate workflows. They provide real-time alerts and decision support, and they enable continuous learning across organizations. So this step forward by using AI agents or AI assistants will really revolutionize the way work is done and help the inspector, help the safety and health professional in its daily work. So, but we talked about Vision Zero. You heard earlier about the 7 golden rules. So how does AI go along with the 7 golden rules? The first one is take leadership, show commitment. And here AI can offer real-time dashboards for leaders. And this is very important because we need to communicate rather complex situations in the safety and health conditions at the workplace to a top manager who has very limited time, and so need to be able to communicate on KPIs that really have a meaning for that person. And therefore it's important to have this this information which allows also the top management and the management to take earlier and informed decisions. Secondly, identify hazards and control risks. Here, AI can contribute through the predictive analytics by detecting hidden risks and weak signals. When we come to defining targets and developing programs, here, data-driven target setting and dynamic risk prioritization can help organizations in achieving this. When we talk about safety and health systems, again, here we have an integrated OSH platform that integrates both safety, health, and well-being. When we talk about the machines and processes to ensure safety and health and these purchases and organizing, designing your workplaces, here digital twins, AI monitoring and sensors can help reducing risk, as this is showcased very clearly here. Then we have improved qualifications, develop competence. Also here, we can have personalized training based on risk exposure and performance of the individual. So it's really customized to the person so that the person is enabled to manage the risks he or she is facing. Finally, invest in people, motivate by participation. Again, you can have digital engagement tools that alert the person, for example, to take a refreshment training or participate in other updates and receive feedback loops that strengthen the culture in the organization. So, but very, very important, it's about human-centered AI and the discussion of, is AI replacing the inspectors, AI replacing the safety and health professional? AI provides the intelligence, the data, the analytics, the reporting, but the most critical is the professional that leads the prevention, meaning the judgment, looking at the data that are on the reports that are prepared by the AI needs to be adjudged. There has to be the coaching, so the human interaction with the colleagues in the field, and the field engagement. For that, we will need the professionals, which is the real prevention work. And then finally, and most important also, that leaders can act early because they can prioritize, they can allocate the necessary resources, and they are accountable for progress made. So they have their KPIs that can be documented. I think this is very important to understand AI not as an enemy, as a thief that comes during the night, but it's something that really is going to assist us in our prevention and help us to take it to the next level at a very practical level. So which are the benefits for AI? Just very briefly. For companies, lower accident illness rates because you have improved your prevention activities, therefore also reduce costs to insurance, downtime, productivity loss. And this whole cost issue is often underestimated and also underrepresented. When we have discussions, we often refer to legislation alone. But we should also be stronger in communicating the economic impact and the importance of safe and healthy working conditions for the company's result. And then targeted support based on real risk exposure. You're not wasting resources. You're focusing there where they need to be focused, which nowadays, without these tools, can be quite difficult because you have limited resources. Where do you focus your limited resources? So you should not just focus on where you as a professional feel more comfortable because it's your field of expertise, ergonomics or accident risk or psychosocial issues. But here you base it on something which is objective and guides you and the resources to the right places. And finally, it strengthened safety, health, and well-being culture, which again is the objective. But also for worker injury insurance, for social security, we have a shift from compensation to prevention leadership. Because now, with this data, we can see it's not just about paying out compensation or providing rehabilitation and return to work. You can actually go into prevention, much more focus on prevention, which for many accident insurances is not the case today. You can have improved forecasting also of claims and costs, which is important in managing your day-to-day resources, and a stronger governance and strategic decision-making, and enhanced credibility and stakeholder trust, which is important that the insured companies know that you are administrating their interests in the best possible way. And then finally, for society, fewer work-related death and injuries. We saw the dramatic data by Dr. Azman. We have reduced burden of healthcare and social systems. And we have increased productivity, sustainability in our society. And finally, we contribute to Vision Zero and to the SDGs of the United Nations. So therefore, for me, there is no doubt, when we talk about the relation between Vision Zero in the age of AI, AI helps to make Vision Zero possible. It helps us to take the next step in our prevention activities. It will support us to reach the next level in prevention. And this event in itself is helping us tremendously. So thank you once again to Bonnie, to her colleagues, the Department of Labor, to the Occupational Safety and Health Council, and everybody exposing here for sharing their knowledge and inviting us to be here. Thank you very much.
接住落嚟咧，我哋就有請中國職業安全健康協會雷濟聰教授。
尊敬的各位領導、各位專家、各位同仁，大家上午好。我是雷繼聰，來自中國職業安全健康協會湖南工學院。今天非常榮幸能在這裡向各位專家前輩匯報我們團隊在核動力安全領域的研究成果。各位專家，核能與核動力是我國高科技戰略產業，更是保障國防安全的重要基石，是維護國家能源安全、實現雙碳目標的關鍵戰略選擇。它具有3大不可替代的優勢。第一，能量密度極高，1公斤的铀235釋放的能量相當於2700噸標準煤，能量密度遠超傳統能源。第二，應用場景極其廣泛，民生領域呢，用於同位素生產、放射治療、輻射育種、輻射去污；國防領域呢，則支撐核動力航母、核能探測衛星、車載移動核電源、核能航空發電機等大國重器。第三，綠色低碳運行穩定，核能年穩定運行時長可達7000個小時，遠高於其他能源4000個小時的水平，全程零碳排放，是助力2030碳達峰、2060碳中和最可靠的清潔能源。可以說，核能產業的高質量發展直接關係到國家能源安全、國防安全和民生福祉。近年來，先進核能系統發展勢如破竹，日新月異。特別是我國自主研發的玲珑1號全球首堆，已經完成了核心模塊製造， 标志着我国在先进小型核反应堆领域走在了世界的前列。但与此同时，我们必须清醒地认识到，核能装备越先进，系统越复杂，应用系统越广泛，安全风险管控的难度就呈指数级上升。传统的安全监测、故障诊断、应急决策方法已经难以满足新一代核动力装置全天候、全场景、高可靠、高实时性的安全运行要求。历史呢是最好的教科书，也是最严肃的警示。切尔诺贝利事故、三里岛事故、福岛事故这3次震惊世界的核事故，用惨痛的代价告诉我们，核安全是核能发展的生命线，是绝对不可逾越的红线。一旦发生故障识别不及时、处置不当、应急决策失误，将会造成难以估量的环境破坏、经济损失和社会影响。因此呢，研发更智能、更快速、更准确、更具前瞻性的核动力装置故障诊断与安全辅助决策技术呢，已经成为整个行业迫在眉睫的需求。自20世纪60年代以来呢，全球科研人员针对核能装置的故障诊断系统呢，开发了大量的技术方法，总体呢可以分为3大类。第一个呢是基于知识的方法，代表技术呢有专家系统、多流模型、信号有向图。它的优点是不需要建立复杂的数学模型，诊断结果呢更容易被现场人员理解，但缺点十分突出。专家知识获取难度极大，规则数量过多时呢，会出现推理、匹配冲突、组合爆炸等问题，难以应对复杂工况。第二类呢是基于分析模型的方法，包括定性的数学模型、定量的分析模型。优点呢是物理意义清晰，易于解释，不需要大量的数据样本，但建模过程极其复杂。第3类呢是基于数据驱动的方法，结合核电现场实际运行情况呢，我们把传统的故障诊断方法的痛点呢总结为6个局限性。第一，主观性强，容易出错；第二，效率低下，成本高昂；第3呢是缺乏实时监测能力；第4，数据分析能力严重不足；第5，难以应对复杂新型故障；第6呢是完全不具备预测性。就在这样的背景下呢，人工智能技术呢，为我们破解核安全难题打开了一扇全新的大门。人工智能呢，在核动力装置故障诊断中呢，具备6个不可替代的核心优势。第一个呢是高效的数据处理能力，第二个是强大的模式识别能力，第3个它能够实现实时监测与提前预警，第4个它能够降低成本、提升效益，第5个呢，它的适应性强，易于扩展，同时呢，它具备高度的智能化与自动化。将人工智能技术呢与核电厂的 DCS 控制系统、安全辅助系统深度融合呢，可以从根本上提升核能系统运行安全管控效能。AI 系统呢，可以为运行人员提供监视、控制、交互、诊断、应急响应的全流程智能支撑。各位专家，基于前面的研究背景呢，我们主要围绕的是人工智能核动力安全辅助决策这一核心目标，开展了系统性全流程的研究工作。人工智能领域呢，有一句经典的话：数据决定模型的上限。数据是深度学习的核心基石，是模型学习规律、提炼特征的根本依托。优质、足量、可靠的数据，直接决定了模型训练效果、识别精度与泛化能力。缺少可靠的数据呢，再优秀的算法也难以落地。而核动力装置有一个典型的痛点：事故的真实数据极其缺失，几乎不可能直接用于模型训练。为了解决这一个难题呢，我们呢是依托高保证的核电仿真平台获取高质量的这样的一个数据， 首先呢，我们采购了国际通用的一个 PC 券的一个系统分析软件。第二，我们深度参研了我国的2代加全范围模拟机的研制，包括番家山核电、秦山核电以及大亚湾核电站的模拟机。第三个呢，我们同样进一步的参与开发了我国的第3代核电模拟机，就是我们的国核1号，在我们的山东石岛湾。通过这些平台呢，我们批量化、标准化的生成一些正常工况、典型故障工况、严重事故工况下的一些运行数据，为后续的深度语言学习的模型的训练呢，筑牢了坚实可靠的数据根基。首先呢，我们各位专家、各位老师，我们重点介绍一下本个研究的一个核心的一个工作。第一个呢，是我们的深度学习模型的核动力故障诊断研究。在核动力装置实际运行过程中呢，整个系统的工艺流程耦合度极高，设备关联复杂，运行参数数据庞大，维度很高，同时呢，具备强持续性、强非线性性、强耦合性的特点。面对早期微弱故障、渐变故障、多故障并发、共因故障场景呢，普遍呢存在着一个识别不准、误判、漏判、抗高冷能力弱等突出问题，完全呢适备不了新一代核动力装置高精度、高实时性、高可靠性的一个安全诊断需求。针对呢以上的一些工程特点、痛点，本研究呢专门以一系列的一个深度神经网络的为核心的这样的一个故障诊断框架，整个模型框架分层设计。首先呢，我们依托我们的这样一个数据发生器，包括我们的 PC 券2代加以及3代加的这样一个核电全范围模拟机，批量的采集了一系列的一个数据。通过呢数据清洗、归一化、标准化等预处理的操作呢，把原始的工程数据转化为适合深度学习模型输入的规范时序样本，同时呢严格划分数据集，保证模型训练过程中呢无过拟和，评价结果客观可信。在模型训练与优化的环节呢，我们采用了一些深度学习的框架搭建网络结构，通过实时调整网络层数、神经元数量、学习率、迭代轮次等超参数呢，不断的优化我们的结构模型。训练过程中呢，实时的监控准确率曲线以及损失函数曲线，观察模型收敛速度与拟合效果，对每一类故障的识别精度呢、错判率以及漏判率进行量化的分析，精准的评估模型对不同故障类别的一个区分能力。经过了我们的一个训练呢，我们搭建的这样的一个深度学习模型呢，在多种典型核电故障工况下呢，整体的故障诊断率呢稳定达到了95%以上。由于时间有限，这些细节我就没有展示，大家如果感兴趣可以去看一下我的论文。在完成故障诊断模型的研究基础上呢，我们进一步的延伸研究维度，开展基于深度学习的核电厂故障事故下关键参数的一个趋势预测研究。大家都知道，在事故发生的时候呢，整个反应堆系统工况顺态变化极快，关键参数呈现强非线性、极具波动特征，而事故工况下呢，极易出现了关键测量传感器老化、漂移、故障甚至完全失效的情况。一旦传感器失联呢，运行人员呢将失去核心工况监测依据，无法准确的判断事故演变的这样一个趋势，应急决策的难度急剧加大。基于此呢，我们选取了6个核心的6大反应堆核心安全参数作为预测对象，基于 LSTM 等一系列的一个时序神经网络呢，构建了我们的顺态参数预测模型。我们的结果表示呢，模型的预测值呢与真实的工况高度贴合，平均的误差呢，平均绝对误差呢低于10的负4次方量级，预测精度极高，动态追踪能力强， 趋势拟合效果明显。接下来呢，我们基于我们之前的研究呢，扩展了一下我未来的一个研究方向。这些方向呢，可能目前已经在研究的过程中，已经有了个初步研究的成果。第一个部分呢，就是我们的一个数据可信。当前呢，核电厂智能故障诊断领域最大的瓶颈，就是缺少面向人工智能的高质量故障基准数据集。虽然呢，国际上国内外已经具备了成熟的仿真技术，比如说全范围模拟机、多物理场耦合仿真、高精度局部仿真，但普遍存在仿真目标与 AI 需求错位的问题。目前的数据呢，主要存在几大问题。第一个呢是故障场景覆盖稀疏，缺乏多故障并发共因故障复杂序列事故。第二个呢是数据标签不规范。第三个呢是缺乏机理关联标联。第四个呢是无法动态校准。因此呢，我们未来的第一个重点对象呢，就是基于我们自己的一些数理基础以及我们的一些基础构建，面向可解释智能诊断的高品质基准数据集，实现高分辨率精细标签、全场景覆盖、工况覆盖、机理关联、规则标注、持续校准、个体化的一个特征，为下一代的智能诊断模型呢打下最坚实的这样一个数据基础。第二个呢方向呢是未来是智能同化，也就是呢数字参数精准预测。当前的核电厂参数预测面临的双重不确定性挑战，一方面呢是物理模型本身存在误差，也就是模型不准；另一方面就是传感器观测存在噪声，也就是观测不灵。传统的数据同化方法，比如说集合卡尔班滤波，依赖鲜艳统计特征，面对未知的故障呢很难设定，而且属于开环架构、单向服务，容易出现误差累积。我们提出的方法呢，是从传统的数据同化走向深度协同的机器学习增强数据同化的方法。简单来说呢，就是让物理模型和神经网络实时共同进化。神经网络给物理模型提供更精准的预测参数，物理模型呢把同化结果反向反馈给神经网络进行在线权重优化，形成学习与估计闭环互促，从而解决高维稀疏异构时空数据下的融合难题，真正实现复杂事故下的一些参数精准、稳定、可靠预测。第三个方向呢，也是 AI 的，也是行业最关注的模型可视，就是高可信、可解释的智能诊断。目前呢，核电厂的 AI 故障诊断正从追求单一的高精度向高精度、高可信的并重转变。整个技术演进呢分为3代。第一代呢是早期的内在可解释模型，比如说是规则专家系统，优点是推理透明，但知识获取难，无法适应新故障。第二个呢是当前主流的这样的一个深度学习加事后解释，比如说呢是用夏普方法进行特征可视化，精度高，但可能违背物理的这样的一个因果和领域知识脱节。第三个呢就是我们想要攻克的一个前沿方法，神经符号人工智能混合闭环。它的核心框架呢是以深度学习负责感知和与特征提取，以规则推理系统负责透明化推理与物理约束，两者形成闭环。深度学习呢提供预测结果，用于解释与特征挖掘；规则系统呢则用物理定律、领域知识约束训练，验证诊断的合理性。夏普解释器呢反过来发现新特征，完善规则库，最终呢实现了诊断可解释、决策可追溯、结果可信任。这就解决了当前的行业的3大痛点。第一个是解释与诊断割裂，模型与物理知识脱节，缺乏人机协同优化闭环。真正的让 AI 从黑箱变成 操作员敢用、信得过、靠得住的这样的一个安全辅助决策系统。最后呢，对本次的研究呢做一个简要的一个总结。第一个呢，我们将人工智能技术呢与核动力装置故障诊断、事故关键参数预测有机结合，建立了这样的一个深度学习故障诊断模型与时序参数预测模型，为核电厂运行人员应急处理与科学决策提供了坚实的理论依据与技术支持。目前呢，团队呢围绕着相关发现，已经发表了 ISSA 论文20余篇嘛，多项成果发表在 NET、IJER 等权威期刊，研究的可行性与工程价值得到了充分的验证。面向核安全呢，是国家安全的重要组成部分。用人工智能的技术呢，守护核动力装置安全是我们肩负的责任与使命。未来呢，我们将继续深耕于这一领域，不断的突破关键技术核心，为核能事业高质量发展，为国家能源安全保障，为双碳目标顺利实现贡献更多的力量。我的汇报到此结束。敬请各位专家学者批评指正，谢谢大家。
Our next speaker will be Ms Romina Vanzi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are enjoying this event. And first of all, I would like to thank Bonnie for the invite, because she invited me 1 year ago. She said, you should come. And I made it to here. So today, we have been speaking a lot about AI and solutions. And probably you think that I'm bringing solutions to you, but I'm not. Mine is more an appeal to bring solution to the industry. So before we start, I introduce myself. My name is Romina Vanzi. I'm Italian, and I'm head of region development in IPAF. And you guys may ask, what is IPAF? So just a quick introduction so that you know why I'm speaking about MUPS. MUPS is Mobile Elevating Work Platform, just in case you don't know. And IPAF is the international association that is taking care of safety for these kind of machines. Yes, there is an association that is taking care of a specific industry, of a specific machines in the construction industry. So we have 2,000 members around the world, and we are in 83 countries, and we have more than 800 training centers around the world that they deliver our training. This is a certified training approved by manufacturers and rental companies around the world. We have 3 million cards around the world for licenses for the operators of these kind of machines. The training, that's the PAL card, by the way. The training is in conformity with the ISO standard about operator training for MUPS. It's annually audited, and there is practical and theory, and is verifiable online. So just a little bit to know about us. But let's go back to our question. How this technology, they can bring safety to these kind of machines? So the question is, we don't want to replace the operator, because this is robotic. So that's a topic for another day, okay? We don't want to replace the technician or the safety manager. We want to support them with new technologies. So at the moment, the machines, they have all of this, okay? They have sensors, they have cameras. Not all of them, but these are safety devices that are available in the market. Do we agree about that? So we have this. How we make that these are integrated in a system that really works for the operator and for the safety managers. So these 4 technologies that we have been talking a lot today, Internet of Things, so telematics, AI, VR, and AR, how can these 4 technology help us avoid accidents? So my conclusion, my humble conclusion after years, 20 years that I'm in this sector and having seen all the development lately, I see that the technology exists, but is really fragmented. So we have sensors in the machine, we have detectors, but is not really integrated. So who gets the benefit of this technology in the machine? Rental companies, perhaps, because they know how many hours they use in the machine, but perhaps is not getting still, it's in productivity, but not in safety. And that's the reality that I see when I go and see rental companies. So, because today we can talk about a lot of things, but the reality I see when I go and see rental companies and when I see sites, I don't see this technology being applied. So the operator is still using and getting the benefit of the technology we saw before. So the alarms of the machines, the overload sensors, and this kind of thing, but not still connected with the other more advanced technology. So we have, for sure, many safety professionals here today. So you know why human error, when an accident happens. Because there is never one reason, right? There are normally several reasons. So in this case, it can be that we choose the wrong machine, there was poor planning, lack of communication, job rushed sometimes. So can technology and AI break this chain of effects? Is there a way that we can do that? So the machines, when I joined this sector, it was 20 years ago, the machine, they were silent. They were not talking to anyone, okay? So the machine, they were on their own, they had their safety devices, but they were silent. But now the machine, they can talk, right? So the machine, they have what is called telematics, or it's called Internet of Things. So machines now, they can talk. They talk, they say the location, the hours of work, the service needs, fault codes, battery, fuel, machine health. So they talk, machines. But this Internet of Things is creating data. But who is getting the benefit of this? Just rental companies. And the other thing is that each manufacturer of this machine has a different system. So that's why I have an appeal here. Can you invent a system that brings all of this together? Because if we get this information, if this telematics on the machine is communicating to a safety management system, and the safety manager is seeing errors in the machine. So for example, the operator is doing the same error several times. The machine has an overload device, so is beep once, beep two. Okay, the safety operator, the safety manager is saying, oh, there is a problem on site. This guy is not able to use the machine because he sees that. But at the moment, this is not a benefit that is there for safety managers. So another thing that we can do if we collect all this data, because we said machine now can talk. So in theory, manufacturers and rental companies, they are collecting this data. So can we become from reactive to predictive? Yes, we can, and we have seen that in many presentations today, that yes, we can predict when the machine needs some maintenance. We can predict when the operator cannot use very well the machine because we see that, because we see all the errors that the machine is making. So if we have this data, okay, if we have a way of collecting all this data in one place, there are many ways that AI can support MUP safety. MUP and every equipment safety. predict failures, prioritize maintenance, guide through questions, or, I mean, you can have an assistant on the machine as well, but we need this data and to be collected in one place. And this, today, doesn't exist. Although there are some companies that they are putting together some AI assistants for machines, okay? For MUPS, they don't exist yet. I have here an example from Caterpillar.
Connectivity and AI are turning static infrastructure into systems that can see, systems that can learn, and now can adapt. That's how the Caterpillar you thought you knew starts to look really different.
See, everybody's wearing yellow around here. Caterpillar yellow. In a Fox Business exclusive, CEO Joe Creed gave us his vision for the future of CAT and artificial intelligence. Watch.
We are so excited this week to unveil the CAT AI Assistant. You know, this is a CAT 306 excavator. It's something you would see very common in the construction sites when you're driving down the road.
So what Caterpillar has developed is like, hey Siri, is like, hey Cat, can you help me with this job? So the machine has cameras and it will answer you and give you instructions. So imagine if we have these on while you're working at height, and the machine can assess if there is a problem around you. It's like, hey machine, can you make a risk assessment of my environment? Yes, you have an overhead obstacle, or you watch out that the ground is not stable. So imagine that, but it doesn't exist. So just imagine for now, okay? So, for example, another example here is that imagine if the machine, they have detectors, like they have cameras, that they can see if there is pedestrian area. And this you don't need to imagine because for forklifts, it exists already.
Prevent warehouse accidents from happening. Hey guys, this is our wrist strap, and it comes with the AI feature with 4 cameras front, back, left, and right. It's all linked up to an AI system that watches out people in real time. Let me show you how it works. See this blue box right here? The moment it sees a person, it triggers a safety alert. It slows down the truck and warns the person nearby. No more blind spots, no more scratches. And the best part is, you don't need to twist and turn.
So we have, I brought an example, but I've walked around here and there are many of these examples. So this technology exists, not applied to MUP. So again, my appeal is that think about MUPs because they are very safe machines. But when something goes wrong, it goes very wrong, yeah? So then going into another thing is VR. I've seen a lot of VR as well here. So this technology from MUPS already exists, but it's so rare. So consider that, I mean, VR system for these machines, they are far too expensive, so you don't see them everywhere. So there is the system, but at the end, the operators still get trained old-fashioned. So with the machine, with the instructor explaining everything, or via e-learning, but still, this is not really used. But it's useful because you're training people on a system without any risk, so in a safe environment. We know the advantages of VR. So then the other thing that I've seen here as well, the extended reality, augmented reality. So this is another feature that can help massively the sector, especially a sector where it's very hard to find mechanics. I mean, I don't know here in Asia, but in the old continent, you don't find mechanics. Nobody wants to do it anymore. And so you have to train them. And this is really a very good way of training them and having perhaps junior people who can go onto the machine and connect remotely with a senior mechanic that is probably at home and can assist many machines. So this technology exists. Again, this is a Caterpillar video. The other one is Genie, so a MUP manufacturer. Technology exists. I visit many rental companies. and never seen one rental company using it. So at the end, it's there, but it's not in the market. So it's what I'm saying, no? So, but it will happen one day. So you can use AR with phone, tablet, smart glasses. So there are many ways you can use it, but still, I think in the market, we don't see it. Perhaps because it's still a technology that is too expensive for a market that has not so much money. AR can be used in familiarization as well, also for rescue guidance. You know that once an accident happened and you're blocked over there, you need to be quickly rescued, and sometimes they don't know how to do it, so you can learn with AR. Also for maintenance, this is really interesting. But now I thought, okay, this is a lot of technology that is out there but still not really being used. So I said, okay, what could be a single thing, simple one, that we have already and every rental company or construction company can do? Is just put a QR code on the machine. There is now AI document analyzers that you can upload all the documents of the machine, videos and things like that, and they divide the documents per type of machine. So you, as an operator, you scan your QR code and you have basic information very near to you with just your phone. And this is already happening. So it's not really complicated, but at least you don't have the manual. You know that in Europe, I don't know here, but in Europe it's still compulsory that the manual is in the machine. A piece of paper like this that nobody's reading. So why we don't put something that is simple, a simple video? So it's better than, but the law says in Europe, you have to get the manual, and the manual in the national language. But perhaps the operator doesn't speak the language of the manual, and who's reading the manuals? Yeah, so today reality is that it's really fragmented for MUPS. I see a lot of ideas, I see a lot of technology around here, but still I don't see this applied in my sector. So this is a call for development. This is an appeal for me. I've seen a lot of students over there. If you have an idea on how to bring all this information together, please come to IPAF. And we are a not-for-profit organization, and we would love to develop something that is really useful for the operator who is up there and for health and safety professionals that they have to deal with so many accidents worldwide. So I think that we have still a lot to do, but I think that what we can be our takeaway for today is that we can get the data from the machine with the Internet of Things and telematics, because machines are already connected. They are connected to different systems, so we have to merge all this information. Once we have merged this information, AI can help, yes, for sure, but at the moment, not really. Can help perhaps the manufacturers because they have the data, but not in general the sector. So VR is a great tool for training, that's for sure, and AR can support in the moment of need for maintenance or also training. So I think that this is something that, probably, Bonnie, you asked me to bring innovations, and I brought an appeal for innovation. So I think but this is the reality. So I couldn't tell you, oh, we have these fantastic things. Not yet, not yet. Good, so just finish it up. I just invite you to visit the website of IPAF, because it's not only about training, it's full of safety campaigns. So if you are safety professionals and you have a headache using MUPS on site, if you go there, you have so many technical guidances. I mean, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's all written, not by me because I'm not such a nerd, but I have colleagues that they are passionate about safety and writing documents and guidances and procedure, and we have plenty of them. So please go to our website. It's open. You don't need to be an IPOF member. It's for the benefit of the industry, it's for the benefit of you guys and avoiding accidents. That many are happening every day. We have also an accident reporting system. This one, volunteers around the world are reporting accidents. And this is basically the most important things for us because it helps us developing all the things that we do. So we copied this from IATA for the International Aviation and Transportation Association. And it's a great tool to understand what is happening out there and to take measure. So I think that you should have a look. And then we collaborate around the world with many associations, with many manufacturers and contractors around the world. So please, if you have any idea that can bring something to our industry, please get in contact with us. We will be pleased to collaborate. So thank you very much for your time. And I hope you have some food for thought with this presentation.
而家咧，我哋就有請講者北京拓疆者智能科技有限公司創始人兼 CEO 徐少龍先生為我哋分享啊。
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm gonna speak English, even though I think a lot of people are here maybe can understand 普通話, but I'm still going to give the precision in English. It's an honor for me to be here to give this talk, to share some of my experience and thoughts about how the technology and the innovations can help on the construction equipment. It's a little bit more pressure on me because it's afternoon's first talk, so my responsibility is not only give the thoughts, but also make sure people don't feel sleepy, okay? So wake everyone up. All right, so my topic is sitting in the office and operating an excavator. So I'm pretty sure a lot of people have ever, seen an excavator, but maybe not operating that one. But this topic is going about how to reshape the health and job site occupation for the safety and health. First of all, let's watch a video about what we do.
How is the excavator working? At BuilderX, we retrofit over 14 types of heavy machinery. Our technology is being used in ports, mines, and more. All the way in Japan, we are in multiple industries. Our AI functions further enhance how you operate. With BuilderX, your operations are safer and more efficient.
All right, so we're talking about safety, right? So the most safety way is to remove the people from on-site. So we're not replacing people, we're just moving people from the on-site to an office. As you can see, our products is basically we develop on our own by for hardwares and softwares. We treat excavator, bulldozer, and wheel loaders, those kind of traditional construction equipment, as a robot that has no brain. So what we do is we retrofit the existing machines. By upgrading them, we can make those machines perform like a robot, and we can teleoperate far away from the office. For example, early this year, we tried to operate excavator from Poland, Warsaw, to Beijing, which is 7,000 kilometers through 5G public internet. Upon that, that's what we call a basic teleoperation system. So not only teleoperation, what we need to do is we need AI to giving more assistance to the operator, right? So pure teleoperation maybe not very useful is because you have 2D screen, you don't have very real environment same as working on site. So what we do is we need AI functions to extend human beings' capability. For example, like with those AI functions, he can see more clearly, he can measure with his eyes before he only rely on his own experience, right? So that's what we do. And a little bit introduction about our company and myself. So our company was founded like 2018, and right now it's like 8 years. So we took like maybe 80% market shares in China mainland, and we're keeping developing our market all over the world. Me, myself, I graduated from Stanford University with my master's degree in robotics. So basically, I'm a techie guy, right? And we have several patents and CEs, those kind of things. Okay, so next I will introduce some very interesting successful cases about how innovations can help safety and health. For example, like you can see here, this picture is actually from Japan. In Japan, the operator's average age is 60 years old. And according to the local law, if people are senior than 65, they're not allowed to work outside, right? But young people don't want to get this job because it's dirty, because it's dangerous. So what we do? What we do is we provide this kind of solution, and we can let those grandpa sit in the office, and they can work until they're 75, all right? So that's one example. But another very interesting example is like this. So, yeah. This is a very typical Japanese, garbage recycling industry. So this girl, basically before, she worked in the hand picking line. And she likes nail decoration. She likes hair decoration, makeup. However, the dangerous environment, the dusty places, prevent her from being, perform duty, right? So after she learned about how to operate excavator, she can just sit in the office and don't have to wear masks, don't have to wear helmet. She can do very good nail decorations, and she did a very good job. So for her, she got a new job. She don't have to work in the hand picking line, which is dusty. She can just sit in the office. She can enjoy air conditioning, cooler. She can enjoy coffee. She can enjoy the nail decoration. I think that's one example about how technology changed people's life in this kind of industry. However, on the other side, actually in Japan, females' salary is 1/3 of males, right? So that's why their bosses are like to using this kind of new technology. All right, so next example is happened in European countries. We have our distributor in Poland, Warsaw, and they basically use a lot of social media tools to expand their business. And they took some videos to put on their own Instagram. And they got like over a weekend, got like 3.2 million views. So they were, surprised about, wow, so many people are watching this. Besides those kind of millions of, views, there's a lot of people leaving comments on their video. And those comments are, for example, well, this is, women can do this kind of job, all right? So more safe conditions. And they were talking about like, well, they can just work in maybe at home, and they can say, okay, this is a great way disabled person can get the work, right? And even there is a disabled person leaving a message says, okay, how do I get this job? I'm disabled, but I still have my skill. There's a lot of people who are disabled because of working in this kind of dangerous environment. Because of those accidents, they may not be able to walk, right? But they still have their skills. So can those people get a job again? That's what we're thinking. And our partner found, well, since there are so many people leaving message talking about this, they opened a training center. All right. So the training center is kind of training people how to do teleoperations, how to use these kind of tools, teleoperate excavator to do job. Well, this is maybe like a little bit different about traditional way of working on-site, but they believe after a period of time of training, people can get used to it. And those disabled person, they can, get back to work. They can still have their job. They don't be able just like laying down over there and rely on governments. No, they can still feed themselves. So this is a very touched moment, and we see like how our technologies can change some of their lives. So not only safety, we're also thinking about like, since people are moving in office, right? We're using technologies. How can technology change really brings values to the industry? So here's very interesting cases. That happens in China, Xinjiang province, okay? it's a fertilizer factory, fertilizer warehouse. So fertilizer, all right? When we're using fertilizer, what we do? We use water to dilute it, right? But in their factories, in the warehouse, those high-density fertilizer will go into your eyes directly, okay? It's very, very harm to their health, and you can see it's very, very dusty. However, people still need to work in this kind of environment. Not only, well, later on, we know like it's not only happening in Xinjiang province, it's also happening in Japan, okay? So everywhere looking like this. As long as you have a warehouse, as long as you have fertilizer you need to produce, you need to survive in this kind of environment. So our engineers sitting with the operator side by side in the wheel loader, and that's how he looks, okay? He took the video, and he asked the operator, this is so dusty, how could you tell the direction? We are driving the wheel loader. And the operator says, by feelings, okay? Because very, very invisible. That's the environment. So in this kind of situation, their operators has to take shift, like maybe every 2 hours, because people cannot stand for 8 hours long. They have to take shifts, they have to take rest, they have to get out of this environment, take rest, right? So that's why they found us and say, hey, we want teleoperation. We want to work from office. I said, okay, let's do it. So with those kind of risks, let's do the teleoperation, work in the office. Well, that's good, right? Because you can just sit in the office. However, it's still hard for people to watch what's happening on site. Because even though they're working on site, they don't see very clearly. Then what we do, we use AI technologies. We call that function called like dust see-through. So sitting in the office, he watches the screen, and we use our AI, we use our algorithm to strengthen the image and to make sure people can see from this kind of image much more clear than they working on site. So if you can do comparisons, you will see before when he work on site, it's pretty hard for him to tell the directions and very dangerous. So he doesn't dare to, for example, accelerate or brake or drive very carefully just in case knock on anything. However, with dust see-through, those kind of functions, even though in this kind of high dust area, you can see very clear about where column is, where the piles is, where the materials is, where the vessel is. So he knows when to accelerate, he knows when to stop. And he doesn't have to worry about the situation. And that's how efficiency got increased as well. So that's what we see as technology stuff, those kind of innovations. It's not a new stuff. It's just like a new application. Those kind of technologies happened in some other industries, all right? People like using iPhone, people using, this kind of things for many, many years. However, in this kind of situation, before, nobody cares about them. Nobody cares about how their life could be changed by technology. And we try to bring technology to those kind of environment, to those kind of industry, and people can benefit from them. And that's what we see, their life could be changed. Another interesting case is about downtime. So I'm not sure, like everyone knows, like port, right? When we're talking about port, we may imagine about the containers port. However, there's a lot of port is looking like this. They're transporting coals, wood chips, grains, beans, those kind of things. And for those ports, they're using grabbers to grab those materials from the bulk carrier ship to the ground. However, they need to put people inside to drive the excavators, but they have toxic gases. So they have to using pipes to clean the air. So what we do is we let people sit in the office, all right? Even though it's cold, no carbon oxide. Even it's beans, there's no inspector, those kind of things. And people just keep working on that. They don't have to stop. That's why efficiency can increase as well. So a lot of people were asking, like, we were making a lot of new technologies. We try to make people safe. However, for example, like in the morning, Romina mentioned there's a lot of innovations, not a lot of technologies, like people don't adopt it, right? I think it's because a lot of people care about safety. But if you only care about safety, we don't care about how much money the end user can make, then our safety is not sustainable, right? So what we think is for on-site operation, safety is everyone will care about that. However, safety, cost, and efficiency, those three items are not isolated. They geared up in a lot of manufacturing, in a lot of construction sites. They geared up together because it's not safe. people spend a lot of cost on that, and especially time cost. And then they lose their efficiency. However, if we can say, okay, people are not working on site, they can just work in the office, then it's 100% safe. So because it's safe, people don't have to spend a lot of time on training, don't have to spend a lot of time on management, don't spend a lot of time on those kind of things. They can spend time on working, right? Effective working. And that's how efficiency goes up. So we believe new technology innovations, if we can find some point, is we keep people safe, but at the same time, we can make sure people can increase their working efficiency. And end user, by adopting those technologies, they can make more money. Then the safety issue, the safety methodology, you don't have to push it. People will absorb it by themselves, right? Because nobody wants to have accidents. So what we see is there are some technologies happen, and for teleoperations, for AIs, it's happening. And luckily, from what we see is, this is, people are adopting that. So we have more than 300 kits sold in this planet, and they are working efficiency goes very good, and 70 more customers, and 90% of things happen. And also in Hong Kong, we are very happy to see people adopting this. So we're working with Tongli, which is our distributors, and we have our booth in the B004. So we're also working with CITF on this. All right, thank you. So this is my presentation. Thank you for the invitation.
接住落嚟呢，我哋下一位講者係發展局總助理秘書長黃仲華工程師。
好，大家好。咁相當高興啦，喺呢個台嗰度呢，就參加今日呢個呢職安健創科博覽研討會。咁希望透過今日呢大概10零分鐘嘅時間啦，可以同大家介紹一下我哋發展局呢喺推動呢個創新科技以嚟咧幫手提升呢個工地安全方面嘅一啲政策措施。其實因為我哋睇到咧呢個咧創新科技咧，的確係咧瞬息萬變，而咧各行各業咧亦都咧將呢個科技咧融入喺咧我哋嘅生活裏邊啦、工作裏邊啦，為咧成個業界咧帶嚟咗革命性嘅變化。而咧我哋咧應該積極擁抱呢個科技。將呢個人工智能啦、數碼化啦、自動化啦、機械人各個方面咧融入我哋日常工作裏邊。擁抱科技咧並唔係咧盲目咁去咧，只係咧希望為一啲噱頭去做啦，而係應該咧真係將佢落地，幫助我哋咧去咧將佢真正咧為我哋嘅前線工人咧造成一道道嘅科技屏障，從而提升整體嘅工地安全。當然咧，頭先都有提啦，工作效率啊，亦都同時間咧係應該咧大家一齊咁重要嘅。而咧真正嘅工地安全咧，我認為咧係應該防患於未然嘅。而咧科技咧正可以幫助我哋咧去咧建立穩同埋強健嘅安全管理系統。我哋要做到咧主動偵查、提前預警同埋咧降低呢個風險，為我哋工地安全咧打好基礎。咁喺政策方面，究竟我哋點樣去做呢？我哋政府咧係一向咧都相當重視呢個工地安全嘅。而喺公務工程方面咧，我哋不時咧都會檢討我哋嘅制度啦、系統啦，優化我哋嘅工程設計啦、標書審批啦、合約條款啦、工程監督啦、科技應用、承建商嘅規管制度，甚至係咧推廣方面，希望咧方方面面多管齊下咁咧，去做一啲唔同嘅措施，整體咁去提升我哋嘅工地安全。當然啦，近幾年咧創科咧就係我哋咧當中嘅重中之重。近年咧我哋其中一個重點嘅推廣嘅項目咧就係安全智慧工地 4S。咁咧希望利用咧呢個科技咧提供我哋嘅安全表現啦。而呢個 4S 可以收集到咧喺遠端嘅智能安置嘅數據，並且透過網絡咧傳輸去呢個一站式嘅平台嗰度，以便我哋可以遠程咁去監控咧，同埋咧去監管一啲咧高風險嘅工作同活動嘅。希望咧及早可以咧識別出危害， 從而咧發出呢個及早嘅預警，幫助提升整體嘅工地安全。4S 咧不僅僅咧只係一套咧愛嚟處理風險嘅科技工具，其實咧對呢個咧工人啦或者係我哋工友而言咧，實際上咧係一個咧實質嘅屏障。而咧 4S 咧嘅設備咧係可以從咧人機物法環多個角度咧去幫助我哋咧全面咁去提升咧我哋嘅工地安全嘅。喺保障人嘅方面咧，我哋咧有嘅就係咧人工智能嘅安全監察系統啦，前線人員嘅智能監控設備啦，虛擬實境嘅訓練啦。呢啲設備咧可以幫助我哋咧預早咁去咧洞悉意外嘅發生，從而咧提醒我哋嘅工友佢將要面對嘅危害。
Sorry。
Thank you。咁咧，其實咧緊急事故嘅應變咧都係相當重要嘅。咁好多時咧意外就係意外啦嚇，咁隨時咧都會發生嘅，喺任何情況底下都會發生嘅。No matter how you prepare, you've got to prepare for the worst。咁咧，我哋睇翻咧喺呢個咧智能嘅工具方面咧，就係呢個咧關於呢個咧同健康有關嘅。曾經咧就有呢個咧工友咧，佢哋帶住呢個咧智能嘅手帶啦喺度工作喎。咁突然間咧就發覺啦，咦，有一個心跳咧出咗問題嘅咧，哇！簡直係咧詭異地咧不斷咧喺度跳動。咁咧喺呢個時候咧，我哋個系統咧就幫手咧可以洞悉到佢嘅情況，就通知咧當場嘅前線監工咧，同埋咧我哋嘅同事，咁安排佢咧即刻休息，同埋咧就去睇醫生。好好啊！個結果咧就挽救咗一條咧生命。針對機嘅方面咧，主要嚟講咧，我哋講緊係流動機械嘅警報系統啦，同埋咧天線方面嘅警報系統。咁而呢啲流動機械上邊咧，我哋可以安裝咧足夠嘅感應器，全方位咁幫我哋監察咧，究竟有冇咧其他嘅人士咧進入咗呢個危險區域。而咧當咧有人進入呢個危險區域嘅時候咧，咁咧而咧感測器咧偵測到之後咧，就會咧即時通知呢個機手咧，同埋咧發出呢個通知。咁咧要咧呢個咧走咗入去危險區域嘅人咧，馬上離開。咁喺呢啲方面咧，就可以咧避免啦，就機械咧撞到進入咗危險區域嘅工友啦，又或者撞到佢嘅，去減少呢個意外嘅發生。喺物方面嘅風險咧，最主要咧，我哋係有一個咧數碼化嘅追蹤系統。呢個系統咧可以咧即時咧喺線上咧就幫我哋咧追蹤所有嘅機械、電動嘅工具咧同埋梯具，同埋咧可以定時咁去幫我哋更新一啲咧測試嘅證書啦、檢查嘅報告啦，同埋咧佢哋可以咧幫助咧喺現場咧定位，同埋咧有一啲自動化嘅記錄嘅。咁喺呢個系統咧可以幫助我哋咧大幅咁去提升咧我哋工地安全嘅管理嘅能力，為我哋工友咧提供一個咧更安全嘅環境。除咗一啲安全嘅配置咧，其實我哋都需要有一個咧中央管理平台嘅，可以係話咧我哋嘅 4S 嘅大腦啦。佢可以咧幫助我哋一站式咁咧去收集咧唔同地方嘅安全裝置嘅數據啦，從而咧去做一啲咧安全問題嘅分析啦， 讓我哋可以咧更好地去揾一啲咧適當嘅改善措施。至於法方面咧，我哋咧就有一個咧數碼嘅工作許可證系統啦，幫助我哋咧去管理一啲咧工人嘅進出啦，許可嘅申請啦，而咧同時咧亦都可以直接咧喺呢個網上嗰度咧去進行呢個咧進入危險區嘅申請，而咧管理層咧亦都可以咧即時喺網上批核嘅。呢方面咧就不單可以咧就提升我哋咧整體嘅審批效率啦，亦都可以幫助我哋咧去咧改善呢個咧管控啊監測方面嘅流程嘅。喺環方面咧，最主要咧就係呢個危險區域嘅監控管制啦，又或者係密閉空間方面嘅監控系統啦。咁呢個危險區域嘅進出管制咧，最主要嚟講咧，我哋可以揾呢個咧密碼電子鎖幫手。咁佢可以咧幫我哋去防止一啲咧未有經咧授權許可嘅人咧進入呢個咧危險嘅地方，例如咧呢個電箱啊、升降機槽啊等等等等。而密閉空間管理系統方面咧，咁可以幫助我哋咧去咧測清呢個有害氣體啦，又或者氧氣不足嘅情況，提前咧發出預警，可以幫我哋識別到咧一啲譬如窒息啊、中毒啊、爆炸嘅事故，從而咧去幫我哋咧更好咁去照顧我哋嘅工友。剛才咧我介紹嘅10項啦嚇，我哋4S 嘅配置咧，其實都喺我哋個 circular 裏邊咧嘅清單裏邊咧就顯示咗噶啦。咁啊，為咗更好啦去推廣我哋整體嘅4S咧，其實我哋咧將會啦嚇預告一下，就加咧3個類別嘅裝置，包括咧就係棚架感應器啦、移動式升降台嘅智能防護裝置，同埋咧呢個咧智能火警啊。冒煙偵查方面嘅裝置啦，我哋希望咧可以更全面咁去覆蓋咧唔同嘅高風險工作。喺整體嘅政策措施方面咧，我哋其實咧喺公務工程嗰度咧，我哋2023年咧已經開始咧就將所有3000萬嘅工程咧。都我哋必須要咧用呢個咧安全智慧工地系統。到而家咧，我哋已經有咧超過480個咧工地咧應用咗系統㗎啦。而咧推動整個業界用呢個4S咧，我哋咧就都有唔同嘅方法啦、唔同嘅招數啦。其中一招咧就係呢個4S嘅標籤系統啦。到而家咧已經有超過800個工地咧有呢個標籤啦。另外咧，我哋希望透過咧創新科技基金咧去資助。承建商啦，同埋分判商去用我哋嘅系統。通過呢個基金咧，其實最多佢哋可以有咧750萬嘅資助。另外咧，亦都通過一啲咧強制措施啦，BD 喺批則啊、審批嗰陣時咧，亦都會附加一啲條件。就喺譬如 site formation 啊，同埋咧一般啦上蓋啊，所有工程咧，如果牽涉到用呢個移動機械同天線嘅話咧，都要裝呢個咧4S 嘅警報系統嘅。另外咧，我哋亦都希望咧。將我哋4S 嘅系統咧輻射去到大灣區，其實而家我哋同咧內地啦、駐建廳各個方面咧都喺度緊密合作啦。咁咧，其中一個好消息就係喺今個月咧，我哋將會有2個前海個項目咧都會出台咧係啟動嘅。咁希望咧將呢個4S咧，除咗喺香港植根之外咧，亦都落戶大灣區。除咗推廣應用呢個4S之外咧，我哋亦都認為咧，通過呢個咧一啲高效嘅建築方法咧，可以幫助我哋咧將呢個咧現場嘅風險減低嘅。最主要成日聽到就係譬如 MIC 啦、DFMA 啦、MIMEP 啦，或者 off-site 嘅 prefabrication。個概念咧就係咧將我哋一啲高風險嘅工序咧 就咧從呢個工地咧移翻去到我哋咧比較容易控制嘅廠房裏邊，將一啲咧高風險嘅危害咧移走。咁喺呢方面咧，我哋都咧一路大力咁推嘅。好啦，現今咧其實機械人啦同埋人工智能咧都係咧近年咧各個行業嘅發展方向。我哋喺舊年咧都出咗 circular， 就係咧強制咧我有一啲新嘅工程咧都用呢個高效機械人，而我哋用嘅咧包括移動天秤啦、焊接機械人啦、鑽孔機械人啦，或者係呢個無人機監測方面嘅。咁另外咧，我哋咧喺 4S 發展方面咧。就住頭先嗰3方面嘅技術咧，我哋覺得咧佢有一個 fusion 嘅效果嘅，所以我哋下一個階段嘅工作咧，就希望咧將呢3樣嘅新嘅科技咧融合在一齊，令到我哋咧可以咧將個 4S 更加發光發熱。呢個咧就係我哋好多時咧就喺唔同現場都有同大家講嘅，就係我哋自主研發嘅 Smart Eye 係一個咧智能嘅監控系統。佢可以幫助我哋咧全天候咁去監察咧工地啦嘅質素保證方面啦，同埋安全方面嘅情況嘅。咁咧已經咧有咧唔少我哋嘅工地咧開始用啦。咁希望咧通過推廣之後咧，我哋可以咧個 Smart Eye 咧喺更多地盤嗰度會見到。我哋展望如果將來啦，我哋繼續會咧同咧業界咧緊密溝通，因應咧業界嘅需要咧。引入更加多嘅智能產品啦，進一步咧去支持呢個 4S 嘅發展。我哋希望咧積極咧同內地單位咧協作，將我哋咧好嘅 practice 咧就輻射去大灣區，令到我哋唔止咧香港有咧安全嘅工地，成個大灣區都有咧更加安全同智慧化嘅工地。我相信咧智慧係改變我哋嘅未來嘅，亦都希望咧通過咧智慧同科技咧，令到我哋嘅工友，所有嘅同學個人生變得更加美好、更加美滿。多謝大家。
接住落嚟，我哋有請香港電燈有限公司工程建設科總經理陳樂文工程師。
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to use English. I think it's okay to everyone, right? Right. Okay. So thank you for coming, and I'd like to thank OSHC to organize this wonderful event today. So that every different walks of life who cares on safety can have a platform to share the expertise and to share knowledge so that we can grow all together, right? The topics that I'm going to present today is, well, before that, I would like to express my sincere thanks to my wonderful colleagues who are really innovative enough to create this wonderful topic, which is ignite innovation, inspire change, build a healthier, safer workplace. Well, what is embedded in this simple sentence is that innovation. So innovation, I hope you all understand, is that it's not something new to us. It's all around us. It is a part of our life, but you just may not be able to realize the existence of it. So what you have to do, you have to find it. You have to spark it off. You have to have a fire, you have a light to spark off the innovation so that you can ignite. Once it is ignited, you have innovations. Okay, once you have innovations, so what you have to do next, you have to change. You have to make use to ride on this innovation so you can make the change on your life. So how are we going to make the change? We are going to make the change to build a safer city, to build a safer environment for our construction workers. So here comes Ignite innovation, inspire change, build a healthier, safer workplace, right? Well, let me walk through our journey in Hong Kong Electric on the innovation and safety. We actually start off our journey back in 2018, which is 8 years ago, in one of our events, which is the Safety and Innovation Exhibition. So by the way, we have been organizing safety forums or safety events every year since a very long time ago. But back in 2018, our colleagues has an innovative idea that they combine innovation and safety all together and see how it will react. And so here comes, we have the exhibition back in 2018, where we organized a forum to talk about safety. But on top of that, we try to integrate innovation on how innovation can build a safer environment for us. So I would have to say that it was a very successful event on that day. And after that, we continue our journey. We didn't stop there. In 2020, we write on the innovation idea that we have developed, and we launched our very first innovation ideas in our construction site, which is a cable replacement work in Hollywood Road, where it is the first time Hong Kong Electric introduced the safety helmet. Well, safety helmets nowadays is very common. I think most of us will know what I'm talking about. But when we talk about 2020, it is new. Well, it is not new, but it was newly developed. I think it's about 2018 or 19. Before that, it was not very popular. At that time, we introduced safety helmets to our workers, which hopefully we can build up a foundation for us to carry on safety innovation in our ongoing or subsequent projects. And then back in 2024, before 2024, we keep on using safety helmets, and on top of that, we also introduce other technologies, for example, IP cameras, Internet of Things, etc., building in our construction site so that we have more technologies to help us safeguard safety for our workers. And in 2024, when I think the Development Bureau first introduced the forest system that Alan has been mentioning, I think it started in 2023, and which was applicable to public works only. But in 2024, we, Hong Kong Electric, as a private company, voluntarily launched the very first forest system in one of our construction sites. And since 2024 up to now, I think we have around 10 construction projects that we have launched for us. Not comparable to Development Bureau. Alan just said you have 480. We only have 10, but of course our size cannot compare with the government. Apart from we insist to have forests, we also are very keen on getting the labels. We have mostly all of our forest system has the forest label accredited by the Development Bureau and the CIC. And up to now, 2026, we keep on using the forest system. And we also, because the number of forest system is increasing, so we are at this stage, hopefully can be successful, that we are going to launch the enterprise central management platform for all our construction sites within Hong Kong Electric, so that we can get all the information at one glance, that I will talk more later. Well, after we ignite the innovation, so what are you going to do? What we're going to do is to change. So we change by starting from the management first. Hong Kong Electric, I'm very glad to say that management is very supportive on safety. We propose safety initiative and our management supports. So what safety initiatives that we have launched or developed so far is first of all the design for safety. Design for safety is not new, but it is very you need to have determination in order to launch the design for safety. We have several projects that are implementing design for safety at the moment, and I'm sure that we are going to use design for safety for our future projects. And by the way, we work together with the CIC to develop our design for safety projects. And also we continue to use forest. We call our system is Forest Infinity because our system actually is more than forest. The integration is actually more than the requirement of a forest required by the Development Bureau. And as I said, we are launching the Enterprise Central Management Platform. And most recently, we are also developing or exploring the use of AI to help us to be innovative enough to clunch with the technologies so that we want to explore further ways to enhance our safety performance. Well, design for safety, I can speak a little bit more on that. We make use of technologies really in helping us to do design for safety. The most common tools is, of course, BIM, Building Integrated Information Modeling, and MIMEP, etc., and also digital twins, etc. So we need to have digital models before we actually do the design, and hopefully we can identify all the safety issues at the design stage so that we can avoid any unsafe performance during the execution, or more importantly, in the future O&M stage. For example, if the design requires some kind of maintenance, long-term maintenance, in an area that is not readily available, then the DFS come into effect is that we eliminate these items or elements and remove it and change it to somewhere that is more accessible or accessible in a more safety means. So this is where the design for safety comes from. Sharing. The photos that you are seeing now is actually the OSHC, one of the signature events last year, I think, in Osaka, and we have a representative to do the presentations in Osaka on that event. So the purpose of sharing in public events is not to tell people that how good we are doing. It is not. I think the primary purpose is to learn from the others, to learn from the industry practitioner how good they are doing, what else we can learn, or of course we can take the opportunity to see the booth, like the one that outside. We have a lot of exhibition booths in all these kinds of events. So all the booths are very informative and innovative, so that they are all good, very good opportunities to bring us better ideas to enhance the safety in our construction sites in future. So I'm very keen, and I'm glad that my management is also very keen to have our representative to participate in this kind of events like this one that we are participating now. Products, innovative products. We have been applying quite a number of innovative products to enhance safety. For example, the one you are seeing is that I call it the ventilation vest that I think the OSHC also promoting. Actually, we are using this kind of a ventilation vest for our workers at site. But the problem is it is electrically driven. So part of our power station is called areas that is a natural gas control area, because we use natural gas for power generation, and some of the areas that we have to use explosion-proof equipment. So these kinds of vests may not be suitable. So our innovation comes with us is that we change to use a normal vest, but we put ice pack inside it. So we serve the same purpose, I think, but it is not expensive, but serve the same purpose. So I think I just would, what I'm going to tell is that innovation is not kind of rocket science. It is just, as I said, somewhere near us. It depends on how you ignite it, how you find it out. So this is a very good demonstration that we use this kind of low-end technologies to serve the same purpose as if we are using technologies. iMobile, it is a kind of cameras that we use at construction sites. It helps us, our foremen, to record all the unsafe activities at the construction sites. And behind that, it is the AI platform to do the analysis like what the forest is doing for us. Drones, we use drones to do the inspection for us, in particular for the high-risk area. For example, we use drones to inspect the tower cranes, so it saves our engineers from climbing up all the way to do the inspection. So we use drone, and also we use drone to inspect the construction site, especially after flooding or typhoon. So because the site environment may not be safe at that time. flame camera. So we have a lot of thermal cameras, but they may not be very good in identifying fire because they may pick up wrongly some hotspot from weldings. So we use fire detectors. They recognize the flame of the fire so that they can avoid the chance of misinterpretation. Scaffolding, Alan has mentioned a lot about. We use a lot of sensors for scaffolding because this will avoid the workers from cutting the wall ties for convenience or the tilting of the construction of the scaffolding because of the typhoons or strong winds. Smartwatch we have been using a lot, but we have also introduced smartwatch charging stations. So we have a cupboard driven by the facial recognition, so the workers can go to the cupboard and use their face to open the cupboard to take the smartwatch. The smartwatch cupboard can do the charging function, so the watch can be charged automatically. And we also invest in the VR training centers, so we hope that our workers will be able to do the training in a very safe environment. Enterprise CMP is that we are going to integrate all the CMP system so that we can all have all the information in a glance, so that our management can have all the information instead of flipping through all 10 different platforms. AI committees, we have been serving AI committees so that we are exploring ways on how we can make use of AI, in particular on the safety performance. So I think this is the last takeaway. Innovation inspires change. So innovation is not something new to us. Hopefully we can all make use of innovation so that we can drive change, in particular on the safety performance. Safety as a core priority. So safety start from myself and also start from our management. So I hope I will be the person to demonstrate safety so that our team can be aware of the importance of safety and leading to the strategic alignment so that we can our whole corporation can align on the safety perspective so that we can all work together in a safe pace. So together we excel. Hopefully the whole industry, not only Hong Kong Electric, can work in a safe environment. So lastly, thank you for listening to me. I hope to end my presentation in this simple sentence. So once innovation is ignited, safety is expired. So together we hope we can build a resilient future. Thank you very much.
佢將會為我哋分享應用工地自動化系統同埋機械人嚟到減輕工友勞損。我哋掌聲有請袁博士。
Good afternoon, everyone, and great honor to be here and be here again. Actually, this is my second time. Thanks for the OSHC invited. And I'm from the Hong Kong CRC Construction Robotics Center. I'm a researcher, so probably today I want to share something about the research side and how we transfer our research down to the application. And on behalf of Insightful, this is one of our spin-off. Basically, we developed something, the AI vision, trying to empower the engineer to better get their data and make decision. And actually, I keep my title same again as the last time, just to dedicate that we are continuing doing innovation to improve our safety, to minimize the occupational risk. And yes, we have been developing a lot of robots, and we have a booth at B20, and you can see several of we have a remote tower crane, we have the rebar tying robots, and a lot of research. But today I want to share some of my personal research, and this is what I think it's related to a lot of the former speaker speak about the AI. And one thing that we've been working on not a lot of people pay attention is how we get data from the site. And that's where the project starts. That's how we measure things, how we get our design to match on site. And you would be surprised, actually, we stay in the factory and to see how people, just to get a single data to measurement, how much effort they've been putting on there. So just for, let's say, an example, measuring rebar spacing, they can have 4 people and using tape ruler and doing on that. And remember, actually, they have about 70 or 80 cube, the MIC cube on site. They have to measure, and it spent hours, days, and our taxpayer actually paying that. And on the other side, they also putting a lot of strings on it. It's not easy to measuring something high there, and you have to climb. So one thing that we've been asking ourselves, hey, given that all the AI, all the robotics, so advanced efforts, would that be simple enough, like we take a picture and just get what we want, and then we start from there, let AI and robotics do that, right? So that's what we are imagining, and that's what we've been working on. It's not that easy, but I would like to share some of progress today that just see how we use AI and robotics to start from there to reduce this labor-intensive work. So let's say people just, instead of climbing there to measuring this the steel bar spacing, we just take a picture, and we can use the so-called 3D AI vision to recognize what the spacing and do. So that's what we're developing. And this is one of the demo that we use this 3D vision. We take a picture of the slab of a rebar, and then we use the so-called segmentation, and from the 3D that we can segment. This is one of the first time that the AI can recognize what they call the rebar on site, and they can measuring the spacing, and they can measuring what's the vertical bar, horizontal bar, and do that. And this is what we developed, basically using what we call the 3D vision to mimic the human eyes and a single picture, and we use AI to do that. And on the other hand, this accuracy actually is much better than the human eyes, because our human eyes only have a 65 millimeters the baseline, and our 3D vision actually have a much wider, so we can have a much higher accuracy. And what's better is now they can check the rebar nodes, where are the rebar nodes, and whether it's safely fixed or not. And so this is what we are, for one thing, it's about this rebar checking. And on the other hand, actually, we also did to teach how the AI to recognize what's the defects of the concrete, and then instead of one of the worker to climb on the ladder and to draw, sketch all this defects area to calculate this area, now we just raise our camera and take a single shot. Let the AI do the things. That's where we start to thinking. What we are doing essentially here is we teach AI what's the construction is, and what's the component, what's a column, what's a window, what's a door, and what's the defects area, what's a rebar. So we start to collecting all this data. And one of the real cases, we worked with several of the MIC factory to put these AI solutions on there instead of all the workers climbing there and taking rebar and taking a photo record and to do that. So we give this camera 3D vision and in there to let them just take picture, let the AI to recognize. So on one thing, they can reduce the time, and then they can have accurate documented data. And that's one of the MIC actually we take there. So basically we take several single shots, and we collect and we capture on it. And start from there, we realize that's where this AI connects the actual construction. So on one side, this is a picture we take, and on the other side, we start to ask AI, what do you see here? So it's a surprise that AI actually start to realizing, okay, this is a galvanized steel studs, and I will say how much you realize, how many studs there, and then based on the 3D vision, it starts counting. And this is where we collaborate with a real construction site and to deploy our AI there. And this is what we ask AI, okay, what's the distance between these two walls? And then the AI started to realize to measure. And yeah, essentially after all the statistics, we found, okay, this can reduce a tremendous time, and it can leave a very detailed 3D data document. And also we minimize the dispute and minimize all the hassles. Yeah, so this is pretty much what we are developing here, and the core message is Actually, we want to use AI, we want to use our technology to help engineers, to help our workers to get the simple, repetitive things done easy, faster, safer. And then we want to use our AI to start from there, to extract all the data, to teach the robots how to make their automation works streamed smoothly. And yeah, we welcome all the collaboration, and our booth is at B20, and we're welcome to show more of our application. Thank you.
This session will be chaired by engineer Ho Sung Hin.
Good afternoon to everyone. So on behalf of the international section of the ISSA on prevention in trade, goods, logistics and port handling, or in short we call it ISSA trade, a very warm welcome to all of you to this session. As chairperson of this section, I have the privilege to introduce this session today. And later you will hear a number of our colleagues from this ISSA board trade who will be presenting their views about how Vision Zero is applied to this section. Now, ISSA trade, ISSA officially established this section in 2019. We became the 14th member, the internet section of the member of the Special Commission on Prevention. This is the youngest section of the commission. As ISSA trade, we gather to unite three critical pillars of the modern economy, which is trade, goods logistics, as well as port handling. Now, today you all know goods move faster across borders. Never has consumer demand been higher. Yet in the shadows of our ports, the hours of our warehouses, and the cabins of our transport vehicles, the human cost of fast delivery remains high. So this section has a distinct mandate. That is, we are not just about compliance. We are here about social sustainability. How do you sustain the global supply chain? Now, our overarching goal is to make supply chain socially sustainable. We will highlight the importance of prevention, not as a one-time training or promotion module, but as a thread woven throughout the employee's entire working life. That means the lifetime. To do this, we adopt a vigorous strategy. And that strategy you have been hearing all today, that's Vision Zero. To us, safe and healthy work for all workers in trade, goods, logistics, port handling, and retail is not a dream. It is a business imperative. We operate on a clear premise: transparent and sustainable supply chain management. Today, buyers are being asked by customers, investors, and their own workforce, where does this come from? Was it made safely? Did it travel ethically? So we will help buyers pass through requirements up the chain to their suppliers. We will turn safety from a cost center argument into a procurement requirement. And that's to ensure the interacting of all the supply chain stakeholders are involved in this. Now, to achieve this, our section commits to 4 immediate pillars of action. First, exchange. We will break down the silos. We will promote international exchange of experience and best practices between port worker and the retail cashier. Their risks may differ, but their right to safety is identical. Next is standards. We will develop sector-specific international OSH standards for globally supply chain, because a generic rule does not fit completely of a loading dock. The third pillar is benchmarking. We will create international benchmark and assessment to measure health and safety performance across logistic network. Finally, the fourth pillar, advocacy. We will be a strong voice for this industry in international and ISSA level discussion. Trade and logistics will no longer be the silent partner in safety conversation. Now, our structure, ISSA Trade, is built for action. We have 2 executive bodies. One is a General Assembly, and the other is a board, which is elected by the members. And we comprise a chairperson and several vice chairperson, a secretary general, and technical secretary. So on that note, today, during this session, I'll be presenting some of the international members in this ISSA trade who will share with you their experiences and how Vision Zero and even AI is adopted throughout this supply chain. So on that note, I'll leave it to the esteemed speaker to share with them their experience. Thank you so much for your attention.
Now may I invite our next speaker, Mr. Helmut Ehnes, Chair of Vision Zero Steering Committee, International Social Security Association.
For the second time, and congratulations, Bonnie, for this fantastic event, this wonderful setting. I think this is really gives the example what we need today. And yes, I will reflect about Vision Zero and technology. How can we open new doors in OSH? Let me start to think a little bit, where are we? We all know, and we heard it already in the morning, the global balance. We have much too high numbers of accidents, sometimes stable numbers or increasing numbers. 2.3 million people die because they fall ill at work or with an impact from work. And a lot of people, 550,000 people, suffer a fatal accident. And this is not only the social issue, it is also an economic issue, because we lose a lot of money. And if we translate the 5% to US dollar, it is 5,200 billion US dollar. And we still discuss with employers prevention, safety, health. Is it a cost factor or is it an investment? Though we know that it pays off to invest, to spend money for prevention. And today, of course, we talk about sustainability. We talk about the social component in the ESG. So in the ISSA, we started the discussion, our traditional way to care for safety, to care for health, is it successful enough? Is it the future? And we said, the result of this discussion 10 years ago was, let's go for Vision Zero. First, we called it a campaign. Meanwhile, it is our strategy, our central strategy, and I would like to call it, it's a global movement. So I think everybody should join us on this way. What is it? Vision Zero is beyond compliance, and we want to develop, to find a new mindset in all our brain and in all the workers and all the managers' brains. I could show you a definition, a more or less scientific definition. We have it for Vision Zero, but I present you the short definition, and this is everybody, every human being has a human right. It is a human right to return safe and healthy every day from work back home. We have 3 pillars. First is safety. I still call it the classic approach. In many conferences, in many discussions, we talk about safety only, but remember the figures. It is not enough to reflect on safety only. We have to add the second pillar, and this is health. The health of the workers, and I call it, it's an undervalued factor. And number 3, this is the new stable, to make the table a stable one, is well-being. And this is the social health, so the psychosocial health of the workers. And for me, this has a lot to do with leadership, with the communication, with the culture, the prevention culture you have in place. So, Vision Zero is made for human beings, and it is made by human beings. So this is my message. When we came up, the next question was, how can we implement it? How can we come to Vision Zero? And we were looking for an answer to translate all the regulations we have around the globe, all the millions of paragraphs, to action. So first of all, I think we have to do that because we are emotional, we are human beings, to care from our heart. We have to use our eyes and our common sense and our ears. Safety, health, and well-being is not always complicated. In many cases, you can see it if you open your eyes. And therefore, we tried to keep it simple, to bring more employers on board. And we could listen already, and I'm proud to show it again. Our answer is only 7 golden rules. We need 7 golden rules in place. And I present them again, very short. It starts with the leadership. The manager, the CEO, the employer has the key in the pocket. Second is we have to know where we are, so we have to identify hazards and control the risks. Then, if we know the weak points, we can set up our targets. And then we need good organization. We need a good system in place. We need, of course, technology, the best technology which is available. And I think this is where AI is coming on board. But AI has also a component for all 7 golden rules. And then we come back to people, training, training, training. And number 7 is, again, people. That means a good social dialogue. Involve your workers in the development, in the workplace design, in the risk assessment, in the training. Then you can, together, you can achieve what we want. And meanwhile, we have a lot of experience, and we know implementing these 7 elements, and we need them all. We can find the road which leads us to a culture, a prevention culture, and then we can come closer to this final destination: 0 accidents, 0 harm, 0 disease. We developed a lot of tools in the ISSA, and we have a toolbox, and all the tools are free to use. You can download them on the visionzero.global website in many languages. And please do it. Please go on this website, and we will present a new tool, because now we have an AI-supported application for the 7 golden rules assessment. So, Vision Zero started 2017 in Singapore at the World Congress, and I still use this old photo, but it's still showing the emotion we had in Singapore in the big conference hall. And 10 years later, I can show this photo, which is from Colombia from last year, and I think the journey is going on. Meanwhile, we have evaluated, and Vision Zero arrived in 190 countries, in a different level, of course, but I think it goes around the globe. Let's unite, let's connect to each other. We have more than 20,000 active registered supporters, companies, partners, trainers. So Vision Zero is a successful initiative, a movement, because it works anywhere. It is an offer for everybody. It is simple and clear. It's about people. Therefore, it inspires people. And I think the most important, it's emotional. Why technological innovation? Sometimes I have the feeling, now so far we came with Vision Zero, now we have artificial intelligence. I think that is the wrong thinking. Of course, we want to have the best technology, the best solution to use it for safety, health, and well-being, but let us not forget the people which are behind all of this and which have to do it. And together, we can achieve Vision Zero. I brought some slides from an initiative we did in Germany, because we have now 10 years experience to make use of the Vision Zero initiative and strategy. What did we do? We set our targets. We set 10 years ago a 10 years program, very ambitious targets. I will not go in the detail. You can read it. But one example, reduce fatalities by 50% in 10 years. And then we had a discussion what to do, what measures should be taken, and we found 10 elements where we could work on, where we could improve. And I can show another presentation what we did in detail, but I show you some results. We achieved in the reduction of the accident risk, our target was 30%, we achieved 27.1% in 10 years. We achieved to reduce fatalities, and the target was 50%, we could reduce them by 57%. And let's have a look to the diseases. We achieved a reduction of compensated cases of occupational diseases by 60%. So it's just one example that Vision Zero really can work and can improve the situation. At the end of this reflection on Vision Zero, I brought 5 elements. What's next? Our first new initiative is we focus on the leadership culture, on the managers, on the frontline managers, so the managers of every level, make it a concern of the CEO and develop the capacity and the competences of leaders. And the next presentation, one of the next presentation will go in the detail of the new, brand new Vision Zero guide, which is about positive leadership. We think Vision Zero has to be implemented now, and we have a good experience. So if a company asks us how to implement, we recommend a 12-step program. Maybe you have already the first steps in place, then you can reduce it, but this is our recommendation. And we believe not only the individual companies, but also countries, regional sections, and sectors can implement and can develop their own, that was too fast, their own Vision Zero strategy. And more or less, you have to bring all stakeholders on board, define targets, take action, and then evaluate how the progress is. Number 4 is we want to empower people and stimulate innovation. So it's my pleasure to announce that the ISSA will award next year at the World Congress in Senegal the first time the Global Vision Zero Award, and we have the categories leadership, innovation, technology, health and well-being, and prevention culture. And I hope we get many submissions from Hong Kong, from this conference hall. And finally, we believe we must start earlier. It's too late to start with the prevention virus at the workplace, what is in many cases today the matter. We have to bring it to the education and to the universities, because there the new leaders are trained and educated. So, to summarize, Vision Zero and the 7 Golden Rules come from workplace, and we believe we must think bigger. We should involve environment. We should bring it to the road safety. We should bring it to the school and education. We can include the public health sector. And finally, it must arrive in the community, in the society of a country of Hong Kong and anywhere. So this is Vision Zero, and we have to do that because we have to act local and think global in one world, in one mankind. There is only one Vision Zero. I invite you to attend an upcoming conference, which is on mining. This is this September in Saskatoon in Canada, and we talk as well on artificial intelligence. We already heard about the next World Congress. I repeat it, and thank you for your attendance and the interest. Let's work together for a better life for all of us, together for Vision Zero. Thank you.
Next, it's our honor to have both Dr. Udo Schroff, the Senior Vice President, the International Session of the ISSA on Prevention in Trade, Goods Logistics and Port Handling, as well as Mr. Felix Selt, Deputy Head of BGHW's Prevention Department, and in addition as Technical Secretary of the ISSA Session Trade. Let us welcome Dr. Udo Schroff and Mr. Felix Selt, please.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to see so many people here being on the stage. Yes, we are presenting together today, but at first, I want to say a very warm thank you to Bonnie, Winston, Steve, Stanley, and all the team of you. The reception we have, the reception of Hong Kong is outstanding. Thank you for this.
Thank you also from my side. I have to stress that what Udo just said is an outstanding hospitality we have seen so far here. And thanks once again for the possibility to show our ideas here. Usually when we are on stage, we tend to exceed time, but today we try to stay just in time. I will see what we can do, but I promised.
Yes, and that is a reason why we try to do it in an analog way, because you will see AI things. You have seen AI things all over the day. But with the help of Bonnie and her team, we have this kind of help. It's an analog way, and it's nice to see it. It's hard for me to be on the stage next to Felix because he is so small. And that's the reason why I'm going here, so I can hide my body behind the desk. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Udo Schroff, and together with Felix Selt from BGHW, the Statutory Accident Insurer for Trade and Good Logistics, we are presenting nothing new, but the very important thing, how we can apply Vision Zero in a other way. The idea that every accident can be prevented to the specific reality of ports, logistic yards, and cargo terminals. We will share with you the Work Safety app, an MVP, and minimum viable product developed jointly by BHW, BG Bau. It's a responsible BG for construction sites. and the Brazilian data threat. I will explain a little bit something about it. We will show what it does, how the AI is built, what it already detects today, and we will close with what it means for the port sector that is a heart of this ISSA section. Okay, we will show a real product, explain the technology, the partnership, and the future potential for port operations. Vision Zero, it was mentioned by Helmut, is not a slogan. It is a measurable strategy. Zero fatalities, zero severe injuries, zero work-related diseases. The ISSA has been advancing this strategy in trade, logistics, and port handling now for years. We will follow 5 steps. First, the challenge why prevention officers in our sector cannot scale with paper checklists. We have mentioned this already today. Hans-Horst Kongolevsky had mentioned it. Second, our partnership, an unusual but very productive collaboration between German social insurer and a Brazilian state-owned tech company. And Brazil, it's not US. That's important. Third, and this will take the bulk of our time, the MVP itself, how the app works in the field, how the AI is constructed, and what it already detects today. Fourth, the angle this audience cares about most, how the same AI that we trained on construction sites is being extended to port and terminal environments. And finally, where we go next and how members in this room can join. 3 forces shape the daily reality of any prevention service in our sector. First, accident rates remain stubbornly high in certain areas. In ports and logistics, the dominant causes are struck by events, falls from height, suspended loads, and run-over incidents involving forklifts, reach stackers, or terminal tractors. You know all that. Second, we face a structural skills shortage. There are simply not enough qualified safety officers and labor inspectors, and the few we have carry an increasing administrative load. We heard that already today. Third, regulation is becoming more complex. OSH officials and affiliates, they need answers, not document libraries. The quote at the bottom is important. While almost 90% of companies use AI in some form, very few succeed in moving from experiments to enterprise-scale deployment. We want to change that for OSH with a product that is designed for people with limited knowledge in OSH and for people working in small and medium enterprises, not for the professionals. Before we open the app, one slide on the underlying strategy. Vision Zero rests on a simple idea. We heard it several times today. Every accident is preventable. The ISSA has condensed it to 7 golden rules, presented today again by presented by Hans-Horst Kongolevsky and Helmut Ehnes. Okay, concretely we see 3 roles for AI in an OSH authority such as BGAW. Role 1, detection. We use AI to cluster past accident reports, identify hotspots that human eyes miss, and read images for risks. Role 2, prevention. We use AI scores to decide which company sites to visit next and to personalize the inspection. Role 3, decision support. We use AI to make complex regulation accessible. A small port operator asking, what do I have to consider when using ladders on a vessel? It's a very easy question. Should get a clear answer with sources, not a 200-page document. The work safety app will support in this. And another AI project I cannot present today we will launch on July. It will give us AI-supported, very easy rules access, and we are proud to present it next time. Okay, but this is another topic. The MVP is the result of a three-partner alliance. On the German side, BGHW and BG Bau. And BG Bau brings construction-specific safety expertise and the rule set that have been refined over decades. Together, BGHW, BG Bau provide the domain knowledge with people like Felix, the accident data and the field experience of labor inspectors. On the Brazilian side, DataPrev, a 51-year-old state-owned technology company linked to the Ministry of Management and Innovation in Public Services. DataPrev brings AI engineering, computer vision services, and a multi-cloud platform that scales. The shared outcome is one open, transferable MVP, now presented by Felix.
Yeah, thank you. And before we dive into the look and feel of the app, let me just show you what kind of steps we had to undertook before we had this MVP going. As Udo explained, AI can help us detect risks, support prevention activities, make complex regulations more accessible. So this work safety app brings these elements together in a practical tool. It translates Vision Zero knowledge base and guides from a strategic framework into something inspectors and safety professionals can use directly in the field. And I use the word safety professionals not for persons with an outstanding knowledge in OSH, but also for people who have less or no knowledge in OSH regulations or are not capable of applying these. So to make these expertise more scalable and more consistent, we built this app in these 8 steps. In other words, AI becomes a practical assistant that helps identify risks earlier and supports decision support. So what is the work safety app? What is it? What is the look and feel? Well, the work safety app is technically a web app, meaning the user installs it directly from the browser. There is no app store, there is no central IT rollout. We choose this deliberately because a labor inspector in Berlin, a port safety officer in Hong Kong, or a small SME in Brazil should be all able to understand this within minutes. The MVP was built to test one precise hypothesis. Can an AI detect safety violations in a real-world scenario reliable enough to support a human inspector? And the inspector is once again anybody from the OSH workplace or has some knowledge or no knowledge in OSH. So the goal and the reason why not to replace any human being, the human in the loop was never negotiable. From the user perspective, the app does 4 things. Take or upload a picture, send it to the back end where the AI processes it and deliver a structured risk report to the user. He can read it, he can discard it, he can edit it, he can export it as a PDF or whatever. And it was also important that the app works offline. Pictures taken in a remote yard or inside a portal without coverage are queued and submitted as soon as the device reconnects. So I have to build up some speed, I see. So let me take you to the user's journey. The safety officer takes a picture arriving, for instance, as a logistics hub and starts a new inspection. He captures photos. He can upload the photos or take existing photos from a CCTV snapshot or whatever. And both steps work offline, by the way. And step 3 is, as soon as this device finds connectivity to the queued images, these are submitted. The AI in the back end then processes these images using guardrails first, then risk detection, and then makes suggestions for mitigating the risks. At the bottom line, there is a report which is generated for the inspector. We have
go further.
We have applied guardrails, which are very important. Guardrails for quality, safety checks, rejection of blurry and dark pictures of false or risky content, of graphic or sexual violence. So the GPU cycles are reduced for bad imagery. So if you look at the actual AI in action, you see this slide makes the abstract concrete. From a single inspection here, you have a photo with returned findings in the bounding boxes, and the detected risks are shown on the right-hand side with some confidence score. So the user can, or the inspector can decide what to act on. And as a help, he has this confidence score which shows him how severe these findings really are. So once again, we have the findings on the left-hand side. Oh, that was too far. We have the findings on the left-hand side. We have the AI results in mitigations. And what I don't show you right now is the report, which is then generated from the findings, from the warnings, and from the mitigation suggestions.
Okay, time is running very fast. Yes, give me 1 minute, please. We want to invite you now to help us to bring this app to other places. Now we need informations, images, and anonymous images to bring in the system, and we can use it for example, port handling, for trade sector. And we need now contacts to you to extend our app to other sectors. And with that, I will end because my time is over.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you for your attendance, and I apologize for breaking my promise to stay in time.
Very delighted to welcome Mr. Alex Cabrera. He joins us today to speak about AI's role in managing OSH risk across global supply chains. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Alex Cabrera.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for everything. This is like clockwork. Everything works very, very well. Thank you very much for the leaders in this, arranging all this. Actually, I was born a little bit up there. Now below ground is this is one of the largest copper mines in the world, in Chile. And I'm going to talk about how difficult it is to make everything work together. Supply chain is a difficult thing. And it's difficult because you do not understand what is happening with the contractors, what is happening with the systems. There are so many different systems that you have to integrate everything. And this is a real issue because in the mining industry and in other industries, supply chain is a difficulty because you have so many contractors, and most of the accidents in this area are contractors. So the question is, how do you do in order to make sure that workers that comes from agriculture goes into the mining industry? They close like astronauts because they have to follow procedures, they have to follow rules, they have to follow, understand risk. It's very difficult, almost impossible sometimes. And then accidents happen. The interconnectivity and the different rules within South America in this example makes something very, very difficult, because at Prepsys, we've been having to understand how we could manage this information in one single place, like an ecosystem, because AI is no more than a digitalization 2.0, but you need enterprise-grade systems in order to be able to work with the rest of the information. If the information is not ordered, clear, clean, it will not have a good effect on AI. One thing is to report. The other thing is to make sense out of the full system. Because when we look at risk, we need to manage the whole system, all applications, orchestrate everything. Now, what happens when you have different type of legislation within different countries? You have companies, small companies and big companies that need to comply with different legislations, but there is one salvation, 7 golden rules. 7 golden rules today, what we have managed is basically being able to make sure that we have a floor to work on, something that is similar, something that can make sure that maturity is reached for everyone. If we take the 7 golden rules and unite them with different legislations, we will be able to make sure that maturity levels are measured across the supply chain. So instead of having operational risk in each country because you do not understand the legislation of each country, we use 7 golden rules in order to see maturity. This is why we created the first step, self-assessment. How you do the self-assessment. The self-assessment is a tool in order to be able to make sure that you understand key points within 7 golden rules. And then we use the power of the enterprise-grade system and the power of AI to understand this different information. So we created, together with ISSA, this Vision Zero self-assessment, where we first translate the rules. The rules are for free, so you can take this into action. Second, calculate where is your maturity level. And after you have the maturity level, you can look where your specific points you need to work with. This is very important because you first get a baseline, and this baseline can be used to, in the second step, in an ecosystem. You've seen different applications, vision, audio, etc. In this case, we're using reporting of by voice because people do not know how risk is assessed, so they report by voice. Creating the matrix. All companies in the supply chain, they have different risk matrices, and they assess risk differently. What if you have one single matrix? In this, we have created more than 1,500,000 matrices for different economical activities. And this, Sophia, it's a document revision. Imagine is to look at images, etc. So legal stuff, and each one of them is connected to the golden rules, to the Vision golden rules. Zijin Continental Gold is one mine in South America, in Colombia, that is using this. CBB Chile, they have about 32 people. They were looking into documents. This is done by AI today. 32 persons, time. Now they are outside with the workers training them. So the time is better used like that. And companies that have different countries have been able to assess risk on one side, on one place, being able to connect all the information from everywhere into different systems. So we give the system now take leadership and demonstrate commitment. They can report with this is WhatsApp, but they can use other things as well. So they can report with voice. Safety walk and talk is done. This diminished 88% of the time they use to do this. This is, we did the study. I'm jumping to the third golden rule because the leaders get the rules for the supply chain as well. And the challenge is to get the KPIs. How do we look at them? We build a 3D-based system where you can see the companies. All these companies can go into one single system, and you are able to assess dynamically, real time, the information and the heat map where the risks are the largest. So for the future of visualization of data, we will have this probably. Because business intelligence is one thing. This is how you present in an easier way. So you can simulate your own supply chain in one place. And you can see the risk level on each one of the things in different levels. Health, safety, and you can even put ESG things, ESG numbers. So one of the most complex things is to assess risk in one place, to mitigate it. We saw that we have a base level of the self-evaluation with the 7 golden rules. Then we have the matrices, and then we have the assessment. In this case, we start connecting information. This is the first, one of the first software in the world that can connect information automatically all the time. So everything that comes in is automatically connected and goes super fast connecting the information because we need a system. So basically, risk assessment will be done. The risk matrices will be dynamically built. So basically, if you ask of the task that you're going to do, it will give you the risk assessment of that moment because you have all the inputs from the whole system into one single place. And this is not wishful thinking. We are doing this, and the companies have been redefining their processes because we also need to think about how people are working, and the processes need to be redefined in order to make sure that this works with them. So there is also a very important part. Finally, the 2 last slides is to do this, you need a stack, basically, enterprise stack. You need data capture. So all the applications that we might have here can be captured, and they go into a centralized functional model that organizes everything. And this organization then can be processed automatically in real time. So these are the different levels that we are looking into this new type of systems that are not structured databases. They are unstructured databases as well, and knowledge graphs, knowledge bases. So if we want to do this, we're going to see that we have the input, we have the processes that are being more efficient, and we are calculating that this has an effect directly into the bottom line. 60% less work, administrative work, with this type of systems. With that, I thank you very, very much again to the organizers. And if you like more information, that's mine.
Speaker will be Mr. Frank Nisserman.
Yes, hello everybody, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very proud to stand here in front of you. And we heard a lot today about AI, and I feel a bit strange because I want to talk about human functioning and the psychology behind our motivation and our strengths and how we behave as leaders at the work site. So we heard so much about that, and really the evolution of safety via AI, while well-being, health, were barely touched upon. My presence here today is to ensure the human component of Vision Zero remains the forefront. Technology is the tool. Human well-being and health are the ultimate goals. So today I show you how positive leadership turns Vision Zero from policy into daily practice. The core idea being Positive leadership behavior and the training shape culture, and culture shapes safety, health, and well-being, like a key, and maybe your key to Vision Zero. My agenda, my agenda is today we clarify very brief positive leadership and PermaLead, review key evidence and safety outcomes, and finish with new Vision Zero leadership guide, anchored in golden rule number 1 of Vision Zero. So maybe a question to you, my dear audience, who is a leader of you? So raise your hand when you're a leader or a manager. Who of you is a leader? Okay, and who knows a little bit about positive leadership? So raise your hand when you know anything about positive leadership. Oh, just a few. Okay, so if you want to lead, you have to decide what is my point, my view to employees. Do I primarily see mistakes that I need to correct, or potential that I want to unleash? In traditional leadership, the logic is often line and we must catch up. We must at least reach a benchmark. The focus is on deviations, on control, on what is not right. That's not wrong, but it often remains reactive. Positive leadership is different. It's not about nobody doing anything wrong. It's about as many people as possible wanting to do the right thing, up to +10. The focus is on strength, on trust, on development. The goal is not only safety in a narrow sense, it's about to foster an environment in which employees want to do their best, and that is intrinsic motivated. Traditional leadership asks, how can I bring everybody up to an acceptable level? Like 0, yeah? Positive leadership asks, how can I help everyone reach their full potential up to +10? So that's the logic of positive leadership. It's a scientifically based leadership approach that has emerged from positive psychology. The focus is not on repairing deficits, but on specifically promoting conditions under which people can flourish in terms of mental stability, high performance, and sustainable social interaction. Marty Seligman, the founder of positive psychology, and others began researching precisely this over 20 years ago. And this is exactly the reason why we developed a new Vision Zero guide to translate this positive leadership logic into practical, everyday leadership routines. Oh, yeah, so now, so PermaLead brings positive leadership to life. PermaLead, it shows 5 leadership behavioral elements that are highly relevant for Vision Zero and is part of the new guide. And we use this in our trainings because safety, health, and well-being depend not only on rules, but also on the culture leaders create every day. It's a hands-on approach, easy to understand and develop for every leader. To enable positive emotions, Helmut, you talked about emotions, mean appreciation, confidence, and encouragement for prevention. This matters because calm and respected teams stay more attentive, think more clearly under pressure, and deal better with unexpected situations. They are using their whole brain. Engagement, promoting individual engagement from the leader means seeing and using people's strengths. For the prevention culture, this creates ownership. People do not only follow rules, they think ahead and contribute actively with their strengths. Creating sustainable relationships mean trust, reliability, and cooperation. For Vision Zero, this is essential. People speak up early when they trust their leaders and colleagues. To convey meaning means explaining the why behind safety rules. When people understand the purpose, rules become shared responsibilities, not just instructions from above. And making accomplishment visible means making up to 0 accidents and up to 0 harm visible. In prevention, success often means that nothing happened, and this also deserves recognition. So PermaLead is a practical leadership framework for prevention culture that we train. It strengthens attention, ownership, trust, purpose, and motivation. So when we talk about leadership, it's not only just about creating a feel-good environment, it also has to pay off. And that's exactly what the research findings show. First, where PermaLead is more widely practiced and experienced, the risk of burnout decreases significantly. People are less likely to be ill, both physically and mentally. Second, managers come closer to the ideal image that employees want from good leadership. Thirdly, in retail chains, the amount per customer actually increases. Fourthly, staff turnover intention decreases, employees stay longer. And 5, customer ratings increases, so good leadership has a positive impact. And finally, for those who love key figures, investing in leadership training with people with positive leadership pays off in measurable ways. But what happened when leadership is lacking? The German Federal Institute of Occupational Safety and Health has investigated precisely this in real cases with real consequences, and it has come to a clear conclusion. Poor leadership was identified as a key factor in accidents investigated. So I brought you an overlook to important studies that I collected, influence of leadership on safety. A bit too much, maybe, a bit too much information at the same time. So here you can see a summary of all the studies condensed into a graph. This scale shows how strongly does leadership style influence safety behavior and safety culture. The scale ranged from 0, so no influence, to maximum, like 100, positive influence. Positive leadership, as you can see, is in the upper range. Transformational leadership is not quite as high, and transactional leadership, so it's the classical leadership with rewards and control, scores significantly lower. This data comes from real work context, from offshore platforms to mining, and they make it really very clear those who lead with PermaLead protect not only economically, but also humanly. So this study from oil and gas service companies in Nigeria shows what can happen when leadership is experienced mainly as transactional, like the carrot and the stick approach, and low in participation. Among 389 junior employees, 69 reported as transactional leadership style, while only 31% experienced transformational, like positive leadership. Many respondents reported little decision-making freedom, limited involvement in planning, unclear responsibilities, and few development resources. So what we can do? So why positive leadership? It's because that we train behavior, and this follows culture, and vice versa. PermaLead gives us a practical lens to shape that behavior. And this is where the new Vision Zero guide comes in. It translates the first golden rule of Vision Zero into this practical leadership behavior, using PermaLead to connect safety, health, and well-being with everyday leadership practice. And with this guide, we train this behavior. We are close that this guide will be published and available for all of you in several languages. So, I'll work through the cycle in each chapter. So there's some brief evidence-based information in each chapter. So through PermaLead or along PermaLead, specific management actions, self-assessment using the traffic light system to identify gaps and next steps. In the guide, each PermaLead chapter first summarizes the most important insights and evidence for all 5 dimensions. From there, it moves directly into practical implementations, concrete leadership behavior, reflection questions, and small routines that help translate Vision Zero into everyday work. So this guide is not meant to stay at a conceptual level. It provides a practical foundation, and that can be translated into leadership training and everyday routines. So one example is positive leadership walk-arounds. One side visited focused not on control, but on dialogue, recognition, and progress. Leaders show visible presence, listen first, recognize healthy behavior, and ask about progress. This makes prevention successes tangible, especially in operational or blue-collar settings. It helps people feel seen, builds trust, and strengthens motivation and improves early feedback. So the guide also includes further practical, quick tools, as you can see, such success of the week, what went well, quality conversations, job shadowing, short learning huddles, and so on. Taking together these tools from the basis of the positive leadership training approach that helps managers turn Vision Zero into daily leadership behavior. So my invitation is simple. Do not treat Vision Zero only as a safety program or a strategic target. Treat it as a daily leadership practice for human functioning. Start small, be visible, present, listen first, ask what helps people speak up, and recognize prevention success, especially when nothing happened. This is where positive leadership makes a real difference. It strengthens trust and helps people act before something happens. So if you like to have more about me and my program, my training program about the guide, so please you can scan the QR code and you can have more information. So thank you very much for your attention, and take care of yourself and your own leadership every day. Thank you.
香港國際貨櫃碼頭有限公司助理總經理、安全保安廖卓賢先生。
各位嘉賓、各位業界朋友，午安，我係 Alvin Liu。今日好榮幸代表和記港口香港國際貨櫃碼頭同大家分享主題為創新科技於貨櫃處理作業職安健嘅應用。今日我嘅分享呢，就主要分為兩部分。第一部分呢，就會好簡單咁介紹下我哋嘅行業背景啦。第二個部分就會講解下我哋點樣利用高科技、先進科技去提升我哋安全表現嘅。好啦，一個貨櫃船嚟到我哋貨櫃碼頭嘅時候，咁我哋個岸邊嘅吊機呢，就會將個貨櫃吊落去橋邊嗰度啦，就交俾我哋嘅內運車。內運車就會將個貨櫃運去我哋堆場，而堆場嘅吊機就會將個貨櫃裝卸落嚟啦，儲存喺堆場裡面。 好啦，如果個貨櫃係入口嘅時候咧，咁貨櫃車就會由我哋嘅閘口，即係呢度啦，呢度啦，進入去到堆場嗰度。咁我哋個堆場嘅吊機就會交貨位俾佢，佢就會經過個閘口離開。咁呢個就係一個入口嘅流程。如果個貨櫃係一個 transshipment 嘅 process， 係一個 transshipment 嘅貨櫃嘅時候，咁咧我哋個堆場當個二程船嚟到嘅時候，咁我哋個堆場吊機就會將個貨櫃交俾我哋內運車，內運車會將個貨櫃運去橋邊，而橋邊嘅吊機會將個貨櫃運翻上二程船上邊。咁呢個就係轉口嘅貨櫃嘅流程啦。至於出口嘅貨嗰個流程係點樣咧？正同入口嗰個係相反嘅啫。好啦，所以我哋嘅碼頭用咗好多唔同類型嘅重型機械啦，包括左邊第一幅圖就係岸邊起重機，我哋叫做 Key Crane QC。中間上面幅圖就係其中一款嘅堆場吊機，輪胎式龍門吊機，我哋叫做 RTGC。右上角幅圖就係軌道式龍門吊機，就係叫做 RMGC。其實呢啲吊機有部分已經有遙控操作嘅功能啦，同埋有自動化功能嘅。咁左下角就係我哋所講嘅象式起重機啦，中間下邊嗰幅圖就係英式吊機，而右下角就係唔同種類嘅貨櫃車啦，有啲係內運，有一啲就係出街會見到嘅貨櫃車啦，一般嘅貨櫃車。好啦，根據 ISSA 呢個分析，佢分析咗嚟自世界各地由2000年到2024年7月份嘅致命數字，涵蓋咗超過500單嘅數字啦。咁發現到有23% 係涉及咗人俾車撞到，或者人俾機械撞到嘅。其實呢啲意外間唔中都會發生嘅。譬如右邊嗰兩幅卡通片嗰幅圖畫都見到啦。右上嗰幅圖就係今年年初喺亞洲一個港口發生嘅意外，一個工人就俾一個英式起重車撞到。而下邊嘅幅圖就係03年喺台灣發生嘅事故。要減低呢啲意外，最有效嘅方法就係做到人車分隔啦。所以我哋公司透過全面嘅安全管理同埋風險評估、流程檢討，盡量將人同機械接觸嘅機會減到最低。不過咁樣係唔夠嘅，所以我哋希望引入創新科技去作為我哋第二重嘅安全屏障。以下落嚟咧，我要講下我哋用咗咩創新科技。第一樣要介紹嘅就係 AI CCTV camera。呢個系統咧其實好簡單嘅啫，因為本身個鏡頭咧已經內置咗 AI 㗎啦，所以佢能夠安裝喺我哋現有嘅閉路電視系統，即裝即用，安裝非常之簡單。佢個偵測準確度亦都超過99% 嘅。當有人唔聽話，行咗啲唔應該行嘅地方，例如觸碰到圖片中嗰啲 AI 線、藍色嗰啲線嗰度咧，就會發出警報啦。個警報就會喺中央控制室彈出個視窗出嚟嘅。咁後台嘅同事就可以第一時間跟進到啦。而現場亦都有警報系統，去即時警告嗰個違反守則嘅工人。好啦，第二個要介紹嘅就係 RTGC 嘅 AI CCTV。咁呢個系統咧係我哋同香港嘅電信公司合作研發出嚟嘅。個邏輯就好簡單，當吊機行駛距離喺10至20米內發現到障礙物，佢就會自動減速。如果喺10米以內發現到咧，就會停止所有動作。障礙物包括係人啦、車啦、鏟車啦，或者固定物件。呢個系統結合咗大數據啦、機械學習、深度學習，用咗大量嘅影像資料去分析 AI 模型，令到個偵測越嚟越準確。透過消除呢啲盲點咧，提升偵測能力，為現場人員提供一個更加安全嘅工作環境。咁我哋就睇到短片啦。
龍門吊機四邊的大車方向已安裝的攝影機，新加人工智能系統實時識別異物。警示區分為2個，分別係10至20米的限速警示區，以及0至10米的動力停止區。如有異物進入限速警示區，會有急速的提示聲音提示操作員。龍門吊機的大車速度即時被減速至半粒子，即係只有全速的1時速度。如有異物進入動力停止區，會有非常大聲的提示聲音和紅色閃燈。 宏明吊機大車的行駛動作會即時被強制停止。經過多次反覆日與夜的防撞測試，系統能夠識別鏟車、石等、車輛、行人等障礙物並發揮作用。
好啦，除咗呢個 AI 偵測之外咧，我哋亦都喺交通系統上邊或者 RTGC 上面加咗個安全裝置，叫做 CowCatcher。佢係安裝喺 RTGC 嘅底部啦，傾角嘅設計。遇到障礙物嘅時候咧，會將個障礙物推開，唔會剪過，同埋會即時停止嘅。咁啊，睇一睇個示範短片啦。一碰到障礙物咧，就會停低㗎啦。咁呢個就能夠做到個雙重嘅保障啦。以下落嚟，我介紹一下我哋喺冰式起重機同象式起重機裝嘅360度 AI CCTV camera。咁呢個系統其實係由4個鏡頭啦、解碼器同埋分析電腦組成嘅。佢能夠偵測100米範圍內嘅障礙物並提出預警。經過多重嘅測試咧，證實有效提升安全嘅。咁因為時間關係咧，唔播喺度短片。好啦，更高階嘅創新就係一個無人車嘅無人駕駛貨櫃車啦。呢個無人駕駛貨櫃車已經達到 SAE Level 4自動駕駛級別，即係話喺指定範圍裏面咧係唔需要人手操作嘅。佢配合咗唔同種類嘅安全嘅設備啦，同埋亦都有3個背後有個系統去幫助佢運作。咁我睇到短片咧就可以講解一下。
和記港口信託正式推出首架無人駕駛拖車 Autonomous Truck， 簡稱 AT。佢係一部專為碼頭高效貨櫃運輸而設嘅零排放車輛。呢項創新技術係我哋推動綠色智慧港口建設嘅重要里程碑。我哋率先開創真正嘅同場混合操作模式。喺呢個模式下，無駕駛艙嘅 AT 可以同傳統貨櫃車無縫運行。AT 配備內置處理器及智能演算法，可以因應各種模擬場景作出智能反應。佢哋由控制中心集中管理，透過碼頭管理系統及車隊管理系統 FMS 管理作業調度。透過優化工作任務及減少閒置時間，AT 大幅提升咗工作流程效率。佢配備嘅先進感應器及導航系統，進一步增加安全性，確保運作順暢。AT 專為全天候運作而設，確保貨櫃可以晝夜不停咁運輸。安全係我哋嘅首要考量，每部 AT 都配備咗多重安全功能，包括激光雷達技術、構建精準環境測繪、AI 雙目鏡頭，提升視覺辨識能力、定位系統，確保精準導航、緊急停車推桿，預防碰撞事故、超聲波感測器及360度全景鏡頭，偵測到障礙物嘅時候會自動停車。實時 LED 顯示屏及廣播系統，確保信息清晰傳達。信號燈及緊急停車按鈕，保障操作安全。人工智能偵測系統，防止未經授權人員進入 AT 操作範圍。AT 為全電力驅動，顯著降低碳排放，標誌住我哋採用綠色能源方面邁出咗關鍵嘅一步，符合和記港口信託嘅可持續發展目標。每部 AT 都為減碳排放作出貢獻，環保效益相等於每年種植超過4000棵樹。和記港口信託致力將創新及綠色科技融入貨櫃碼頭運作，全面提升營運效率同安全水平，從而推動香港發展成為智慧綠色港口。歡迎加入我哋共創永續物流嘅未來。
好啦，今日嘅分享係咁多，多謝各位。
接落嚟，我哋下一位講者呢，就請嚟香港空運貨站有限公司安全及品質保證主管廖月如先生為我哋分享嘅。分享嘅題目就係安全科技喺空運貨站嘅應用。
好，大家好，我係香港空運貨站安全及品質保證主管 Tony。 咁首先都多謝大會俾個機會我今日做一個分享啦。喺我正式開始之前，我會簡單介紹下 HECTO 我哋做啲咩嘅。HECTO 係全球最大嘅單一多層式空運貨站，我哋每年可以處理超過350萬噸嘅貨物，而我哋提供嘅服務包括我哋嘅貨運文件處理啦，我哋貨物嘅處理啦，同埋我哋有停機坪嘅運作嘅，包括將啲貨物裝上飛機，呢個都係我哋工作之一。咁我今日想同大家分享嘅咧，係我哋空運業面對緊嘅一啲咩風險，同埋 HECTO 點樣用科技去面對呢啲風險嘅。咁我諗相信在座各位今日身上都應該點都會有一啲鋰電池嘅產品啦，即係我諗手提電話又好，電腦、手錶，咁呢啲全部都係用鋰電池行嘅，甚至可能你哋大家今日嚟會場嘅交通工具，其實都有機會係用鋰電池嘅。咁成個鋰電池已經成為我哋生活不可缺少一部分嘅。咁首先都講下鋰電池有啲咩特性先啦。鋰電池同一般嘅電池唔同啦，因為佢可以循環再用嘅，佢用完咧就唔需要去掉，其實佢可以叉電再用翻啦，咁所以就更加廣泛咁應用到嘅。咁另外同時佢有個好高密度嘅能量啦，同一般嘅電芯唔同嘅，其實佢個體積可以做到細之餘，佢入邊可以叉到好多電，咁可以比較用得長嘅時間嘅。隨住科技嘅進步，其實呢一個能量密度會越嚟越高啦，鋰電池會做得越嚟越細啦。但係同時間，鋰電池亦都係比較脆弱啦，佢好容易會受到外在嘅環境嘅影響嘅，例如溫度啦，或者如果你撞過跌過，其實都會有機會做到一啲破損或者一啲 short circuit 嘅情況。咁鋰電池同空運業有咩關係呢？首先，鋰電池啱啱講喺日常生活中已經廣泛使用啦，咁所以運送鋰電池嘅需求其實亦都不斷咁上升緊嘅。咁單喺2017年到2025年之間，我哋處理嘅鋰電池貨物其實已經上升咗超過1.5倍。另外喺2025年入邊，淨係含有鋰電池嘅貨物已經佔咗超過78%我哋嘅處理嘅貨物嘅啦。咁鋰電池對航空業究竟有咩危險呢？咁首先講一講先，啱啱講咗鋰電池其實係會損壞嘅嘛。咁其實有啲電池咧，其實佢唔係一粒電芯咁簡單嘅，佢可能係由好多電池組成嘅。只要當其中一個電芯受損嘅話，其實佢會有一個連鎖反應，影響埋佢附近嘅電池，造成一啲大火。而當鋰電池着火嘅時候咧，佢嘅溫度可以超過1000度嘅。係啦，同埋因為啱啱講過，佢鋰電池入邊有好多能量儲咗喺度啦，變咗。佢鋰電池入火其實係好難救熄嘅，就算救熄咗，佢亦都會有機會復燃啦。即係你熄完之後，你以為冇事，其實可能佢幾分鐘或者一段時間之後，佢會着翻火嘅。同埋鋰電池燃燒嘅時候咧，佢會釋放一啲有毒嘅氣體。咁如果人體吸入咗，其實係會有機會窒息或者去昏迷嘅。呢度係一小部分由鋰電池引起嘅航空嘅事故啦。咁你見左邊幅圖其實係一件鋰電池嘅貨物，因為喺飛機上邊着火，咁其實成架飛機已經係燒咗噶啦。或者除咗貨物之外，可能一啲乘客嘅隨身物品啦，例如中間一啲電動輪椅喺飛機上面會着火啦。或者我諗近期少少，我諗相信大家新聞都聽過噶啦。咁有個行動電源，乘客嘅行動電源喺飛機上邊亦都着火。咁所以即係呢啲咁多嘅唔同嘅 case 啦，其實就正正反映到鋰電池對航空業成個嘅危險。咁 HECTO 其實已經預見到有一個咁嘅風險啦，由鋰電池帶嚟，同埋見到個增長趨勢。所以我哋喺2023年嘅時候咧，我哋就成為全球第一個引入咗智能溫度監測系統嘅空運站，同埋我哋會作出改良，令到更加適合成個空運站嘅應用咯。咁呢個系統係有2層嘅檢測嘅。第一層檢測喺我哋收貨嘅時候，我哋會檢查翻貨物喺我哋接收嘅時候有冇問題啦。第2層檢測就會係喺我哋臨將貨物送出停機坪嘅時候，會做一次檢測，確保翻裝上飛機之前貨物係冇問題嘅，咁避免翻貨物喺飛機上面發生火警嘅機會。咁其實成個系統係點運作嘅咧？ 咁佢會透過一啲智能監測鏡頭啦，去掃描翻個貨物，而我哋同事咧可以喺隔離嘅電腦嗰度即時監測翻貨物嘅貨物有冇問題啦，先至會做下一步嘅處理啦。咁系統你見到呢度幅圖，如果貨物經系統掃描過係冇問題嘅話咧，佢係會着綠燈嘅。咁我哋嘅同事就可以做下一步嘅處理啦。咁但係當然，如果貨物 scan 到係有機會有問題發生嘅話咧，咁個系統係會着紅燈啦，咁提醒翻個同事要做下一步嘅處理啦。咁其實成個系統就唔係咁簡單話淨係度溫度啦，其實佢會考慮埋周圍嘅環境因素嘅，例如出邊嘅溫度、濕度，呢個都會影響成個系統嘅準確性啦。件貨物係用啲咩材料㗎啦？因為金屬又好、木頭或者塑膠或者其他唔同嘅物料，都會有機會影響到系統嘅準確性嘅。咁所以成個系統就會做一個綜合嘅分析。分析翻唔同嘅物料、溫度同埋氣候，作出一個評定，究竟呢件貨物有冇一個危險性嘅存在啦。同時，其實系統亦都會 filter 翻，如果一啲唔係屬於貨物，例如一架車行過嘅時候，咁佢就唔會出alarm嘅，係啦。咁呢個都係成個系統嘅作用。咁啱啱提過。如果着紅燈，即係話系統有貨物有異常啦，咁我哋會有一個溫度異常貨物隔離區去做進一步嘅檢查啦。同時呢個隔離區入邊，我哋都配備咗 AVD 嘅滅火筒，而呢個滅火筒係專係用嚟控制鋰電嘅火嘅，咁可以俾我哋有多啲時間等消防員到場處理。咁如果綠燈冇問題嘅時候，我哋亦都有一個專用嘅鋰電池儲存嘅地方。做一個儲存啦，咁到最後，當所有程序完成嘅時候咧，運出去飛機臨裝飛機之前咧，我哋就會做第二重嘅檢測，確保翻上飛機之前係冇問題嘅。咁除咗 Hector 喺科技應用上邊啦，我哋亦都係少數取得 IATA 全部4項 CIV 認證嘅貨運站之一嚟嘅，當中包括咗鋰電嘅認證啦，確保翻成個鋰電嘅處理喺物流鏈入邊係可以安全更加運送。好，咁最後我都俾條片俾大家睇下啦，咁等大家多啲了解下成個系統嘅運作。好，咁我今日嘅分享就到呢度為止，多謝大家。
落嚟，我哋有請 Lalamove 企業事務總監李志鵬先生。李生專責係推動 Lalamove 喺各地市場嘅企業管治及政府關係工作。佢將會為我哋分享利用人工智能改善駕駛安全意識，提高道路安全。我哋掌聲有請李生。
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to thank Bonnie for inviting me and also having me here today to share with all of you of Lalamove's quite recent pursuit on a safety initiative. But before I begin, I want to do some exercise together with you. I want to have a show of hands. How many of you have used Lalamove service in Hong Kong? All right, not a lot of you, but I believe a lot of you have at least known our brand or have also seen our cars on the street almost on a daily basis, right? So I think many of you may have known Lalamove over the past years, but maybe not many of you realize the global footprint of Lalamove. So before I start, actually I want to talk a little bit about us. We are a platform company. We are one of the technology unicorns founded in Hong Kong, actually in 2013. So we are celebrating our 13th anniversary this year. So in the past 13 years, we started in Hong Kong. We expanded very rapidly into our motherland, Chinese mainland, as well as globally. Now, actually, we are operating in 17 markets, including 6 markets in the ASEAN region, Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines, as well as in Latin America. We are in Brazil and Mexico. We are in Japan, we are in Turkey, we are in Bangladesh, and very recently we have entered into Middle East. We are in Saudi Arabia and also UAE, as well as in Germany and the US last year. So I dare to say that we are a global company, and we are now operating in over 400 cities worldwide. And we know a lot about platforms nowadays, because if you think about it, on a daily basis, we have been using platform services. We buy clothes and groceries online. Those are probably also platforms. We order food delivery. Those are also food platforms, or maybe even for ride-hailing, they are also platform services. So platform has the beauty in the way that we use technology to increase the efficiency, matching demand and supply. And for Lalamove, what do? Lalamove is actually a platform that is basically trying to use technology in terms of big data, AI, and everything to match demand and supply for goods delivery. Most of our clients are actually either individuals like us or small and medium enterprises who are very, very price sensitive. And we strive to have this, what we call triple win or golden triangle with our users, those are SMEs and customers, and our driver partners. How do we do it? We want to achieve win-win-win. That means small and medium enterprises, they can lower their delivery costs, and also for driver partners, they can earn more. How do we do it? It sounds too good to be true. It's possible because we use technology. Technology is key to efficiency. So we are a truly gig platform because compared to other platforms, we are completely flexible. What does it mean? We are flexible because any driver partners, they can take any orders at their own choice. We don't assign orders. We allow them to choose their orders that they want to complete at their own choice, at their own time, at their own preference. So we are a very flexible platform that respects drivers' autonomy. But actually, that flexible model comes with a certain pain points when we want to improve safety on our platform. Actually, we have more than 2 million active drivers on a monthly basis working worldwide on our platforms, serving more than 18 million users. So on a daily basis, they are running on the street, but we do not have complete control over them. As I've explained, it's very flexible, they have autonomy. So we face a few pain points when we talk about safety on our platforms. Notably, we need to improve the data collection. We don't have control over them, but we need to understand their driving behavior. Also, we have a lot of different wheel types. You can see a lot of vans on the street, but there are also bigger vehicles. They are trucks, and smaller vehicles, they are motorcycles. So we need to adapt to the individual circumstances. And also, when we talk about safety, we have often only thought about improving training, improving awareness building, especially on ground transportation. But as a tech company, we think that why don't we use technology more efficiently to enable our pursuit of safety, solving the problem of unsafe driving behavior. And that's why actually this is our solution. First of all, I want to thank the Hong Kong government because this is partly subsidized by the Hong Kong government in the form of a public-private partnership. We have taken the lead in submitting a proposal that is to use our apps. We don't have to install extra physical dongles onto the vehicles. We use our apps and calibrated our apps to receive the telematics of the drivers. And through the reception of these data and through our back-end AI training model, we are able to very accurately detect some of the driving behaviors of our drivers, notably speeding behavior, sharp cornering, harsh acceleration or deceleration, and also phone handling. These are not necessarily illegal driving behaviors, but probably they are not safe. And also, when we face our drivers, they are professional drivers. How could we convince them that their driving behaviors may be unsafe and they are threatening other road users? It's by really empirical data. We use data-driven approach to educate our drivers so that they can also have better awareness as well. And I think this is actually a very concrete use of AI because we heard a lot about this buzzword, AI. We use a lot of AI. And how are we really as a technology platform consider using AI in terms of not just improving our operation efficiency, but improving also the so-called safety efficiency on our platforms? We are very proud that, over the past 4 years, we have been publishing, my team has been publishing the sustainability report of Lalamove, and we have achieved a 99.9% injury-free order completion rate in the past 4 years. So actually, injuries or road accidents are actually minorities on our platform. But still, one injury can cost lives that are precious. So we still want to improve, and we still want to bring this technological solution to our global operation. And by now, actually, we are now on the second day of June. We have already adopted this technology in Hong Kong in our daily operation. And what we are going to do is that we very much want to bring this to our other markets. And our next target would be Singapore. we know that actually, they are very disciplined in driving in Singapore, but I think there's still room for improvement, right? So that's why actually our next target is bringing this to Singapore. And also, actually, I also want to offer this to all of you here because actually the proprietary IP is owned by Lalamove. But I am very willing to actually license this solution to any one of you royalty-free for the first year. Because we know that actually road safety is not the duty of one company or just the government. It takes everyone, every road user to improve together. So if you happen to be owning a fleet, if you happen to be, facilitating school buses or any kinds of taxis or other fleets in your operation, please approach me and discuss with me and then see how we can work together. Thank you very much. Time is up.
接下来我们有请菜鸟跨境物流事业部航空地服部流程再造与创新负责人钟明女士为我们主讲自动化系统在货物物流操作的应用。
各位专家学者、企业的领头人，大家下午好，我是钟敏，阿里巴巴菜鸟跨境物流事业部航空地服务部流程再造与创新的负责人。那非常荣幸能够受邀参与这次的分享。那此次呢，我带来的分享主题是绿色、智能、安全，构建下一代航空物流枢纽。其实，自2021年起呢，我们就开始参与菜鸟全球eHub 的网络布局。那我重点投身在吉隆坡、烈日、香港3大eHub 的数字化规划与建设，负责全球eHub 一站式服务平台的搭建、智慧安检的解决方案设计与应用、货物追踪 RFID 的技术全流程改造与应用。那自动码垛、机械臂等多项数字化、自动化以及创新的这些项目，那致力让航空货运更加智能、安全和高效。那所以想问问大家，知道什么是智慧安检或者是码垛机械臂吗？那没关系，我们可以接下来看。那对于空运业务来说呢，其实更快的把货物送上飞机，就能更快的把货物送到客户的手中。那菜鸟香港eHub 坐落在机场附近，面向3大货站都只有5分钟的这个距离，地理位置是非常非常好的。但在香港这片贸易繁华的地方，寸土寸金啊，每天都处理过万吨的货物。所以对于这块稀缺、非常珍贵的土地资源，我们更加希望好好利用起来。所以想要以先进创新的软硬件技术，为菜鸟、为中国香港地区，也为空运出口行业树立运输时效与速度的标杆。那所以我们是怎么把货物从大陆运到香港，再送上飞机的呢？大家可以看看这个短片。
To ensure the quality of performance, Cainiao Hong Kong eHub integrates capabilities such as cargo handling, document preparation, customs declaration, and sorting, achieving comprehensive self-control and self-management. At each stage of cargo processing, BI dashboard is monitored in real time. The intelligent documentation system achieves full process digitalization, seamlessly integrating with customs and airline data to ensure zero errors in documentation and real-time transmission. Our 24/7 online team provides real-time responses, whether it's emergency replenishment during heavy rain or peak logistics during holidays. We always maintain a determination to fulfill our mission, ensuring that goods cross time zones and arrive punctually at every corner of the globe. Smart eHub, global pulse, from Hong Kong to the world.
看完这些，大家是不是就是能稍微理解咱们其实在仓库里面是怎么操作的？那下面我也给大家逐一介绍一下货物是如何一步一步去到它的目的地的。其实就像咱们旅游一样，我们可能事先要看一看有多少游客，再选择能飞到目的地的航司航班，最后订票出票。那其实这张票呢，就是我们这个货物的空运提单。那当天呢，机场会根据订单信息知道大概有多少货要到机场去做这些飞机离港，所以在我们自己的eHub里面，我们也研发了数字调度系统，它能够与上游的货源系统打通，也与下游的机场航班信息打通，就可以知道我们今天有多少货、多少车要到机场坐飞机走。那接着呢，货物在内地就坐着它自己的中港车来到了我们的eHub。就像旅客抵达了我们的候机大楼一样，他们要去办理 check in 了。所以在eHub里面，我们有货物自己的值机柜台。那中港车司机呢，就会拿着这个货物的凭证去办理确认抵达。那货物从车上一件一件的卸下来，进入到我们的仓库当中。为了把去不同地方的货物区分开来，我们会把同一地方的货物码在一个区域里。所以我们打造了一个自动码垛区，用机械臂代替人手搬运和码垛，既省钱又省力，同时也起到了一个安全的效果。我们可以看到，现在就是这个货物从我们的输送线上过来之后呢，我们的机械臂就会直接把这个货物抓取到这个码垛盘上面。那同一个目的地的这些货物呢，就会码在一个托盘上，然后整体被推出来。目前已经在咱们香港eHub 4楼仓开始正式使用了。那接着呢，这些货物其实像人一样要过安检、核验机票。 那包裹也是需要的。所以我们引入了 RFID 的芯片标签，贴在每一个包裹上面。当包裹经过装有 RFID 读取器的安检通道时候，我们就会知道这票货它的 ID 是什么，是不是今天要到我们仓库里，是不是今天要走。但是货物其实不像我们人一样，在安检的时候呢，我们是可以把身上的电池呀、液体呀这些东西拿出来的，但是货物不行。所以呢，我们是研发了一套智慧安检系统，它可以帮助我们的安检员用 AI 的方式帮助安检员去识别这些货物当中是不是真的有液体、有带电的，然后有违禁品，然后把这些货物给挑选出来。其实呢，作为菜鸟，我们是全链路的履约服务商，我们比任何人都希望这些货物能够安全的上飞机，安全的送到每一个客户的手中。我们没有办法去改变货物的运输标准，但我们可以用更科学、更有效、更智能的方式来判别货物是否安全。那接着呢，去往同一个地方的货物会打在一个航空板上，也就是我们说的 Unit Load Device (ULD). 那一个高板呢，其实是可以达到将近3米高的。在我们普通的这些仓库里面是要人工在这个高空去作业的，但在我们自己的仓库里呢，我们去设置了很多个升降打板台，这样当这个打板高度到比较高的时候，我们就会把这个板往下放，那么我们的打板工就不需要再爬到更高层去打板了，也大程度上去保证了我们这些工人的安全。其实除了这个以外呢，咱们这个跨境小包和我们的旅游一样，都是有旺季的。所以呢，为了保障货物能够顺利不堵塞的上飞机，在咱们香港专属的1Hub 仓库里，我们预留了2台747飞机容量的立体货架存储区域，为香港3大货站去分流，让他们能够安稳、顺利、丝滑地度过每一个旺季。我们除了刚刚以上的呢，其实每天也会固定的从10楼的分拨中心舱，然后运送一定量的货物到我们4楼的1Hub 出口舱。曾经呢，我们是需要安排人手在每个楼层去做交接的，但现在我们不一样了，我们引入了无人车，可以7乘24小时的在10楼到4楼间去穿梭，绿色也环保。那其实我们想要的不只是这些，不只是从10楼到4楼。那从1Hub 到货站的短距离固定路线的公路运输上，我们也希望未来能够在政府部门的认可下，看到更多的无人车在道路上运行。其实在中国的杭州、南京以及更多的乡镇道路上，已经有很多无人车在道路上去送快递，然后做巡警车，甚至在机场禁区里面，他们也会做一些驱鸟车。所以如果在香港机场禁区以及这种短途的运输场景下能够用上无人车的话，那么会把香港速度、香港效率以及香港安全提升到极致，直至全球的空运行业。我们可以看到，其实像现在无人车已经在我们的大楼里面跑起来了，它是能够识别这个台杆，那同时呢，它也会去识别到减速带，它会放慢自己速度。然后它也会根据指令，会定点停到它需要停到的位置上面去。那它在它自己的路线上，如果看到了一些障碍物啊，或者说是有人在路中间的话，那它也会迅速的停下来。所以这项技术也是非常成熟，非常的安全。除此之外呢，我们正在打造一个真正的无人收运区，解决人来停车、人来卸车的问题。因为大家都知道，像香港还有以及海外这些高人力成本用工的地区，如果能够解决一些人用工成本的问题，其实就更大程度上解决了问题的本身。所以我们正在探索使用无人拖车，把需要卸货的车厢移动到指定的位置上。那接着呢，用卸车机械臂将货物自动从车上取出来，放到输送带上。那货物流进安检机，然后通过智能量体的设备，我们就可以获取货物的尺寸信息，最终运输到自动码垛区，完成码垛入库。全程是自动无人，安全高效也省力，同时也节省大家的钱。 最后想说的是，eHub 其实不仅仅是一个舱，而是一个从地到天的一整套能力。在地面上面呢，我们引入了大量的先进的技术和自动化设备来辅助货物进行操作。那在数据层面上面呢，我们作为运输环节中必须经过的一个环节，我们与上下游也与国际货代、航司、机场做到了信息互通，也实现了线上订舱以及我们的电子运单。那最后利用阿里巴巴菜鸟铺设的空运网络，在香港、欧洲、美洲以及中东地区，从中国辐射全球，把货物安全的送上飞机，送到每一个客户的手中。那以上就是我的分享。如果大家觉得任何一个产品能够帮助到大家，或者有其他想要一起探索的解决方案，那都可以来联系我们。谢谢大家。
接着我们有请上海西景科技股份有限公司 CTO 兼自动驾驶事业合伙人孙作雷博士。
非常荣幸参加今天的活动，也非常荣幸遇到了见证我们成长的各位客户。西景科技是一家用 AI 和无人驾驶技术为物流场景提供绿色、新能源、智能化综合解决方案的科技公司。经过10年的发展，我们的产品和服务已经扩展到海、陆、空、铁、工厂等多个场景。我们和香港是在8年前开始结缘的，今天我们的系统已经作业在香港国际货柜码头、香港空运货站以及香港菜鸟智慧港，并且以香港为起点，逐渐扩展到全球的多个场景当中。今天我们的系统和服务已经触达了遍布30个国家和地区的200多个节点客户。2023年，从来自58个国家和地区的548家企业中，西景科技脱颖而出，获得了世界知识产权组织的全球最高奖。从我们出海的第一天起，便把质量和标准对接国际要求。今天我们的全系产品已经通过了包括 CE 在内的最严苛的标准，这直接由我们3项安全维度上的设计所支撑：技术安全、流程安全及交付安全。从2018年，我们选择以软硬件相结合，为用户提供极致体验及本质安全的理念出发，而下场开始自研安全的线控底盘开始，我们便在基础安全上开始推进第一道技术方案。随后，我们又基于自研的线控底盘往上建构了自研的整车安全一架构，包括冗余的供电、冗余的控制器以及冗余的制动。例如在看的干扰变大和整车下电的时候，制动失效，我们的冗余的制动便会接管整个车辆。降低风险、保证安全的最朴素的思想是不把鸡蛋放在同一个篮子里。我们的整套软件架构是建构在多模态、多传感器、冗余融合的基础之上的。每一种传感器在失效或性能降级的时候，都会自适应的降低它在整个融合系统中的权重。其实物流场景，特别是码头场景，是一个弱规则的交通生态。虽然有标线和基本的规则，但因为是以计件为导向的效率至上的交通环境，而且执法不如开放道路下严格，所以无人驾驶的车辆要每时每刻和有人驾驶车之间进行路权的博弈。而多模态的传感器融合，在这个过程中赋予它对环境充分的感知。比如在这个场景中，无人驾驶的 Q Track 在有人驾驶车后面排队的时候，要通过自身携带的传感器感知周围的环境，并决策自己切出作业车道，驶向下一个作业点，既保证安全，也提高作业的效率。这倒逼我们从一开始便建构了基于多传感器融合，并且针对用户工况的感知 安全方案。今年，它又扩展为将端到端的无人驾驶和规则用户作业系统相结合的融合智驾方案。它既通过学习和模型驱动的拟人驾驶来提高系统性能的上限，又通过规则兜底来确保整个系统的安全下限。可以根据用户不同的需求来设定不同的安全规则。例如，这是在南美的用户现场，我们可以设定对堆高机不同的安全举措，并可以在出现闯入视野的障碍物的那一刻，在重载60吨的情况下迅速刹停，并且我们对物流场景中各种工况人的感知和推理进行了特别的加固，来确保物流场景各个工序环节工作人员的安全。商用车的无人驾驶和乘用车的无人驾驶最大的不同在于，它要求要7×24小时的工作。我们的整个智驾系统要随时来应对极端恶劣的天气、暴雪、台风、大雨以及沙尘。在我们整套软件系统当中，我们专门设计了数据可用性及模块健康度校验的核心单元，它可以实时的检测传感器的数据可达性，并且通过模块和模块之间的心跳，以及软件和硬件之间的心跳，实时侦测整个系统的异常。作为我们数据安全的底座，我们搭建了以身份健全、审计追踪、网络隧道、传输加密和角色权限为链路的端到端的数据安全体系。这是我们为用户提供的第6道技术安全。在和用户作业系统的交互的过程中，我们又把6项技术安全扩展为4项流程安全。首先，西景的全系无人驾驶车都标配了声光电与有人驾驶车的交互手段和流程。比如我们的明星产品 QTrack， 在 HIT 作业的过程中，它的3块 LED 显示屏可以实时的显示当前车运行的任务状态以及自身的运动状态，来提升与人工驾驶卡车的交互友好性。在混行工况下，我们还特殊设置了路口交互安全。为了解决集装箱堆对视野的屏蔽，我们的无人驾驶的车会微微的探出头，让主力传感器置于视野之中，并且保持分明，来吸引人工驾驶司机的关注。同时，通过学习驱动和数据驱动的模型推理，既形成了类人的智驾风格，并且可以实时调整混行场景下不同的路权博弈强度，并且能够通过全场速度热力图评估交互密度，以调整路权策略。我们在作业流程中所专门设计的交互流程，来确保了和有人驾驶的流机设备和垂直设备之间的交互安全。我们专门设计了标准的 SOP， 以及基于 AI 的自动化的运维工具和运维标准。比如，这是和有人驾驶的正面调交互，和没有外接第三方对位引导设备的人工驾驶的场桥、暗桥交互，并且我们今天已经适配了市面上所有的自动充电桩，在我们的车队管理系统的加持下，可以完成高效的充电调度和机会充电。在整个交付阶段，我们通过3项交付安全来履约了我们交付的高效与可靠。在多年与用户的合作过程中，我们和用户一起打磨了整套 交付安全的 SOP， 包括了100多项严苛的安全测试。同时，在我们进入现场之前，会基于用户的工况和场地特点，进行局部特殊场景的车辆运动学仿真，以及对于多车调度效率预估的联合效率仿真，可以把所有的不确定性尽可能的消除在前期进场之前。我们的车队和管理系统至今已经有了8年的研发，它是基于时空联合的 AI 推理之上的。今天它已经有了扎实的技术积累，既具有技术的可靠性，又向上向下兼容了海内外几乎所有的用户作业系统。经过近10年的努力，西井以6项技术安全、4项流程安全以及3项交付安全所构建的安全体系，持续为用户输出可靠的运力和让客户体验最优的售后服务。感谢各位合作伙伴对西井的支持和信任，愿與大家共創、共贏、共生。謝謝。
跟住落嚟，我哋有請香港中文大學醫學院精神科學系系主任同教授榮潤國教授。
So I'm a psychiatrist. So I'm working with people. So today I've listened to a lot of talks about our future, AI, robotic, automate system. So what's the role of human? Okay, we all be redundant, we actually be all a drop. No, I think we are talking about human in the loop. I think human remain the most essential person or the role in this ever-developing technology-centered occupational safe area. And one part very important about human is that it's not only physical health, it's a mental and sleep health problem. So how can we use more latest technology to understand human problem? First of all, just look at this slide. It's about problem. When you're depressed, okay, of course, you're absent from work, you have what we call term presenteeism. We come with that later on. Also, you have work impairment, you have activity impairment. So being depressed, okay, you carry a body, okay, and mind actually, so you're depressed. You actually affect your occupation performance. We know that it costs billions of dollars, not to mention about occupational hazards. And then, of course, sleep. Here is a latest research. If you don't have enough sleep, you have what we call increased presenteeism. Presenteeism is like your body is here, but your mind actually is not here. So in 廣東話 is 你帶個軀殼上返工 okay? Your 靈魂唔喺度 your soul is not there. So in other words, this is the problem. And this actually the sleep and mental is a big problem. Okay, very common in occupational problem, and we often neglect it. One of the problems is how can we assess clinically? I'm a psychiatrist. I see patients. The problem, there are many problems. First of all, it's about stigma. No one will tell them, I have a mental problem. I want to seek help. Very rare, particularly in Asian countries. Second, accessibility. Accessibility is a major problem. For example, in Hong Kong, you come to the public service, you need to wait at least a few months, if not 1 year or 2 years, to come to see a doctor. So that's huge. It's not only in Hong Kong, it's all over the world, that's a major problem. And also the person's awareness, whether you have an insight about one's own problem. So you can see the data is delayed by years. So when we talk about how we can improve the efficiency of the automate system, mobile system, right? You can come to see a doctor, okay, it takes years. So how we actually could go forward? So first of all, a psychiatrist is not just believing what is said. Psychiatrists looking at physical, mental, your facial expression, your voice, and taking history. So the facial, voice, language, okay, and the data collection using app and also what you call the latest, also the rest activity pattern using what you call IT graph, or actually recently the wearable. And not this actually passive and active data collection allow us to precisely tell whether the person is in distress or depressed. So that's actually, we published this paper. It's a very small paper, an initial concept, because we know that it is important to identify for psychiatric clinicians used to identify validity, whether this is really a depressed patient or just a mild problem that can solve. So what we do using this app, we call what we call ecological momentary assessment, and then we look at ask them about their mood, okay, 4 times a day. Interestingly, the compliance rate is not as bad as what you thought, okay? If there's a will, they will follow. 70-80%, not bad, isn't it? And then we look at the so-called facial expression. Human is, to me, a system. A system actually that when you're distressed, you have facial expression. Of course, you may say, someone has a poker face, no facial expression. Very rarely, okay? They tend to be poker face. It's actually related to normal emotion. Usually they have associated a lot of emotion. You can see yourself, among yourself, peers, they have different facial expression, and we can capture this facial expression. Speech and language, even more fascinating. Human actually is the animal, perhaps, okay? At this moment, of course, we start to understand more animals that can talk, that can has certain primitive language. But human is actually very sophisticated. But the language, there is a pattern. The voice, the tone, and the language content. So you can analyze. So the mood fluctuation, like this, okay, the negative words, they come out. So in other words, people, that's why actually people like to talk to AI. They don't tell people problem, okay? This is interesting, actually, that you can capture the mood fluctuations. So antigraph or variable, okay? Antigraphs are medical grade, okay? So we use the medical grade, but actually variable actually is increasingly commercial variable. Actually, you can capture the passive activity, like the robot, okay, that you see just with system, sleep parameter, and the circadian rhythm. And we know that sleep and circadian closely related to our function, physical and mental health. So what exactly we find? We find actually when the person is depressed, okay, the patients have actually a facial sign, what we call omega sign. This has been recognized by Charles Dickens. You thought that Charles Dickens is only talking about evolution. Oh, no, he's talking about emotion evolution. And they observed the omega sign. Okay, and this is what we call a lip corner pune. Of course, it's not non-specific. It's an increase around 2 times, but already it tells you a bit. The voice actually have a lower articulation and the higher pulse variability. And you can see, and you can, using NLP at this moment, okay, natural language processing, more likely emotion, and more first person. Very interesting. Psychological, when you're depressed, you focus more on oneself. You talk about yourself, okay? And different from commercial company. Commercial company, you want to sell, I am the best. But the person is focused on own self, okay? There are only a few issues, okay? Either is a narcissistic person, like some interesting person that you often see in the media, or actually, that actually is, they focus on themselves, the problem. They become more focused, self-focused. And then, of course, interesting, it's not just the voice, facial expression, they change. They move less, they sleep later. There's more of a sleep and circadian rhythm change. It's a multimodal term that I've heard repeatedly. So with a multimodal assessment, you actually can have capture. So the accuracy with a neural net modeling, okay, about 80%. Mind you, not good, but this is using aggregate data. If you're using a daily data, not refined data, accuracy becomes 90%. So in other words, using all the multimodal, you can assess very accurate where a person has or currently is depressed. So insomnia, couldn't sleep. It's very interesting. When you look at facial expression, they slightly have a different pattern with the depression. They actually more anxiety related, more angry, more happy, more sad, the mixture. So they have a more lower facial expression kind of issues. So using AI to understand human mind, okay, this is the latest hot topic, the large language model, okay, all the promise or the hope, okay, of the AI and large language model, whether we can understand our consciousness, our mental problem, okay, all this. So so much about AI and assessment. The most important is not to find the problem, but how to solve the problem with AI technology, of course, from the assessment, digital assessment to intervention. So actually, we're using the app, very simple app, okay, but with what we call the evidence-based intervention. It's very interesting. We collaborate with Beijing University, with Guangzhou. It's 700 subjects, young people, using the app, okay, digital app for intervening the insomnia. Another digital app for just health control education. And for them 1 year, what will happen? And they assess about the mood, the insomnia, and the depression. This is very interesting, okay? Because by doing this digital app, you can see the insomnia rate actually has much increased. So in remission, okay? But mind you, even the placebo, so-called placebo, they also have improved sleep. But it's actually the evidence-based intervention could improve much to 60%. And last for 1 year. Just 6 weeks digital intervention can last for 1 year. You can see how powerful it is. But most important is it here. It's not only just treating the sleep problem. You actually improve and prevent the depression. So in other words, you reduce 42% incidence of depression. That's amazing, isn't it? Okay, you can prevent. Now we talk about AI era. It's not only just intervene. You want to prevent the occurrence. So prevention is the digital intervention to prevent depression. Just using. And the rate actually decreased around nearly 2 times. But still 10%, okay? It's not zero, but it's much less. So also actually we apply digital app to community. This is the Jockey Cup Sleep Well project, supported by the Jockey Cup charity. What we did actually is use the digital app. You can see at this moment, 3,500 registrants. So because insomnia is so common, 10 to 20% of human people, of the population will have insomnia. And once they have insomnia, and then the remission rate is the self-help, okay, followed by some step code, 30%, less a bit by the LCT, but 40% clinical response. So this actually is still actually available. Okay, you can go to the web. Actually, you can join the study. So AI, all the large language models, okay, or the ChatGPT or the other GWAN or DeepSeek, okay. People actually found that actually people like to talk to the computer. When they have problem, they instead talk to human being, they talk to computer. Okay, there's AI loop, okay. So a lot of mental health chatbots. All the commercial chatbot has been bought for the past 10 years. Good thing is they are available, okay? Problem is they are more supporting, non-specific. Whether from a psychiatrist or clinician point of view, they are supporting. It's like placebo, okay? Will they intervene? Can they reduce anxiety, depression, insomnia? Okay, data has been dubious. So that actually we want to, using the AI chatbot with a more tie-in with more kind of standardized, evidence-based, what we call cognitive behavior for insomnia that we use for digital interventions. So this chatbot, is using the chatbot, develop the chatbot for 200 days. So they talk to a chatbot and then see how they sleep. They restructure the cognitive component, the stress management, sleep hygiene. So sleep diary, they monitored, unfortunately in Cantonese, or in fact traditional Chinese. So it's about what they actually happen during the sleep. So sometimes not easy because the language too colloquial. Okay, so this is app. So what happened? This is very preliminary data. Okay, we show that by doing so, they already improve insomnia and the mood symptom, the chatbot. So that's good, okay? We show that using app, educate as a therapy, it can. Or using chatbot, daily in, day out, to check for 21 lecture a day, they also improve. The problem is, are chatbot more effective than app? Okay, an AI chatbot more effective because of using AI chatbot. So are they, because chatbot allow you to have more interaction control. Therefore, is it? So we try to conduct as Dr. Lee, our group. So it's insomnia patients again 20 days, one on the body insomnia and actually the serial 6-month assessment. So you may say actually in human being, okay, we are very careful, okay, we need to look up not only immediate improvement, but also actually looking at follow-up 6 months, 1 year. So this is, you can see this as preliminary analysis. We are still ongoing. This is roughly the participants. What Excel is seeing, it seems actually both improve insomnia, but seems actually the AI chatbot seems actually outlast a bit more than the digital app. So it seems the AI chatbot, the evidence there, okay, seems to actually suggesting. So within finding, I hope actually will come back and tell you that they are even more effective than the digital app. One of the problem for any AI technology for human is adherence. All the AI cannot work, all the technology cannot work if the human could not follow. So what we see is actually we're looking at this paper to see which crew actually will be more adherent or less adherent. It's actually the first day. The first day engagement, I'm sure the commercial will know, the first engagement or first time, first sight engagement is so important. So in other words, if you actually engage the user much more on the first day, you have better engagement, better adherence. So in actually we're looking at the reality, okay, using the chatbot that we are doing all these studies. So just, unlike, I think one of the problem I want to tell is not only solution, but I think want to highlight the problem. It's a solution, okay? It will actually help actually the current macro problem. Problem is, okay, challenges. How we implement? How actually from the research field to implement into the real world with evidence base, most important. How we maintain ethical issue, data privacy issue. How integrate with the HR system and the workplace culture particularly. The occupational safety. How can we, okay? How we actually effective in diverse work environments. So with this, I thank you for all your kind intentions. It's my collaborators and key actually students and colleagues. Thank you.
嚟到今日研討會壓軸一場分享啦，我哋有請阿里雲智能港澳地區公共事業部解決方案架構師主管麥振盛先生為我哋分享啊！
今日好多謝主辦單位嘅邀請，我代表阿里雲同大家去分享下AI 相關嘅一啲支持。咁但係咧，我亦都提前想再多謝主辦單位，今日亦都係俾咗我哋有一個非常好嘅學習嘅機會，尤其是在座咁多位唔同嘅嘉賓。其實唔同嘅合作伙伴，其實佢哋都分享咗好多基於 AI 上邊構建嘅一啲應用場景。講到呢啲場景，其實我覺得阿里雲亦都係冇呢一啲合作伙伴做得更好嘅。但係阿里雲能夠做得最好嘅地方，就係我哋能夠為呢啲合作伙伴、為呢啲客戶，只要佢哋有唔同類型嘅 AI 應用場景，我哋都可以提供一個非常好嘅平台。去支持佢哋所有唔同嘅場景同埋業務發展。咁而阿里雲呢，其實大家對於阿里雲嘅理解可能係我哋係一個 cloud 嘅 provider， 但係喺 AI 嘅而家呢個時代，阿里雲唔單只係一個 AI cloud provider， 阿里雲正就係由底到面我哋提供 end-to-end full stack AI platform 嘅一間 provider。我哋除咗有自己自研嘅芯片以外，我哋亦都有自己嘅雲平台，喺雲平台以上，我哋亦都有自己嘅模型，亦都有自己嘅應用。我哋正係做好呢4層，而我哋嘅唔同嘅客戶合作伙伴，基於我哋嘅平台上面，就可以去構建頭先大家所講嘅一啲應用。咁阿里雲自己嘅芯片呢，其實呢，我哋係提供一部機器可以俾到大家喺自己嘅機房部署，因為理解到好多，尤其是譬如職業安全各式各樣嘅場景，甚至乎 chatbot 嘅場景，好多場景之下呢，其實佢哋都係會有個人嘅數據入邊嘅。個人數據 佢亦都未必係可以好容易用到我哋雲嘅技術，但係我哋亦都有提供一個方案可以俾到大家，可以喺地下去做部署，亦都去構建自己唔同嘅應用場景，係啦。而啱啱各位講者講嘅所有嗰啲，無論大模型嘅場景啦、AI 場景，其實我哋亦都係完全兼容，可以喺呢部我哋叫做 AI Stack 上邊去做部署嘅。咁同埋就係啱啱除咗算力以外，最重要嘅就係喺模型、算力同埋應用之間，我哋都會有一個 end-to-end 嘅關係。而阿里呢，除咗本身我哋自己提供算力以外，係啦，我哋亦都喺模型層上邊，我哋都對外提供服務。所以咧，你可以理解成就係，當用戶而家嘅應用場景，可能我未必淨係香港，我可能係global，我哋都有自己唔同嘅場景嘅時候咧，其實阿里雲咧喺唔同嘅一啲 region， 香港、新加坡、國內，甚至乎喺歐美嘅地方，我哋都有自己嘅一啲機房，我哋都有自己一啲算力。咁所以用戶就可以基於我哋嘅 platform 上邊去構建你哋唔同嘅一啲 AI 應用。咁同埋喺模型層面，阿里雲自己都有自己嘅模型，我哋叫做 Queen 或者我哋中文名叫做通義啦。咁呢個模型咧，其實喺全球入邊咧都係非常之 popular 嘅，唔單單只係可能大家常用開嘅 DeepSeek 啊，或者大家用開嘅其他啲開源模型。其實 Queen 咧呢個模型咧喺全球嘅開源入邊咧，我哋已經係阿里雲自己開源咗超過300個唔同嘅模型，係啦。咁下載量咧其實係超過1個 billion 嘅，係啦。咁所以咧你可以理解成就係大家咧都會用阿里雲嘅模型去構建以上各位咁多個講者去分享上邊嘅 AI 應用，係啦。咁所以咧我哋阿里雲亦都係有一個 mission，就係我哋會繼續去將我哋自己產出嘅唔同模型去回饋翻一個 open community， 大家就可以基於我哋嘅模型去做一啲更加先進嘅場景。只要我哋模型會繼續研發嘅時候咧，大家做嘅場景就會越嚟越 intelligent。阿里雲未必係做場景最好嘅一方，但係我一定係做模型最好嘅方，亦都係最好嘅一個回饋社區嘅一個 mission 喺入邊嘅。咁同埋咧喺我哋嘅模型咧，唔係單單指可能大家所講嘅就係我哋會有文字嘅模型啦，係咪？其實我哋嘅 product， 我哋嘅模型嘅 portfolio 咧，其實我唔單止有 check 嘅，係啦，其實我仲會有譬如針對multi-model 嘅啦，我可以去做圖片嘅識別、語音嘅識別，係啦，甚至乎去做一啲 AI coaching 嘅場景。其實我哋所有嘅模型 footprint 咧，其實我哋全部都有嘅。咁呢啲模型咧，亦都係好似啱啱所講，我哋大部分嘅模型咧，都係開源咗喺個 community 入邊，大家可以係 feel free 去直接去 download， 直接去構建自己嘅場景。咁我呢度咧就想用一個簡單嘅視頻去帶出咗模型嘅一個價值啦。咁我諗呢一個視頻咧，我諗大家喺day to day 或者我哋要去出差嘅時候咧，大家都會諗嘅一個問題。咁模型而家點樣去解決呢個問題咧？
第二天問，我在14號2條北京，這是我們北京整個的衣服。在北京待2天之後，我要前往巴西的里約參加國際學術會議，大概要待3天左右。請你幫我查一下北京和里約這幾天的溫度，然後看一下我這件衣服是否合適
我自己去嘅嗰個地方場景啦。咁你可以睇下模型點樣去答。
你14號到16號在北京那2天，白天最高溫差不多10度。但晚上會降到0度左右，還是挺冷的，所以你準備的那件厚外套和長褲肯定得穿上。
所以你可以理解成而家模型咧已經具備咗個能力，就係可以同真人去做對答，而且我哋做交流嘅時候咧，其實佢嘅 latency 係已經可以做到好低。其實通過呢一段對話入邊咧，其實你唔係好覺得你係一個 AI 嘅機械人，
你得帶上最輕便透氣的夏裝，比如短袖襯衫、薄褲子之類的。對了。最好再帶把傘，
咁同埋咧，佢亦都可以根據用戶而家實際上我問嘅問題，去查找一啲街拉啦，查找一啲線上嘅一啲資料啦。如果呢個場景就係再延伸，就係除咗我問佢帶唔帶夠衫以外，我而家要去呢個地方開個 conference。
如果你想住得近一點，
係啦，咁你會 recommend 我周邊嘅酒店會係乜嘢？係啦，你可唔可以推薦一啲酒店俾我？咁所以呢個場景咧，可以理解成就係其實有咗呢個能力嘅時候咧，模型唔單單止就係我對答，佢具備一個實時上網查找資料嘅一個即時性。係啦，咁可以俾到用戶，其實可以喺無論係職業安全啦， chatbot 啦，甚至乎面對而家內部嘅一啲譬如 SOP 各式各樣嘅啲指引，其實我哋係可以提供唔同嘅一啲能力喺上邊，可以俾到唔同嘅合作伙伴，甚至乎唔同嘅客戶，佢去做一啲 integration。咁所以咧，如果我再去延伸一下，今日因為主題就係職業安全啊嘛，係咪？如果根據頭先嗰個片段，大家可以理解到就話，如果我已經可以具備同模型咁對答咁 low latency 嘅能力，佢亦都具備可以揾我哋內部嘅資料，揾上網嘅資料嘅時候咧，咁其實如果喺工業安全入邊咧，其實而家做嘅事情就非常之簡單啦，甚至乎一個人可以戴一個智能眼鏡，戴一個 camera， 甚至乎帶一部電話，係啦，你直接當你去做一啲process 嘅時候咧，或者做一啲工程入邊嘅時候，你可能有好多時候有啲工人未必知道我而家做緊呢個工具究竟點樣去用啦，我會唔會 wow 嚟某啲 SOP 或者下一步應該點用嘅時候咧，咁你完完全全就可以用頭先嗰個模型直接同佢對答，個模型亦都具備去揾你內部嘅一啲 SOP， 揾你一啲guideline，然之後出到一個結果或者捉個指引俾你啦。咁第二樣嘢就係可能好多情況就係你面對嘅就係譬如我嘅工具會唔會有一啲危險，會唔會有啲 damage？ 咁你依然都可以直接而家用模型叫佢幫你去判斷，呢個係第二個場景。而第三個場景呢，就係當你可能你要去一個環境工作，尤其是喺職業入邊，其實有好多高危嘅環境，你自己未必識得判定。譬如我會唔會着少咗一啲 PPE 啊，或者我會唔會有其他嘅一啲我提前入去要注意嘅地方嘅時候呢，你其實亦都係可以通過模型開住個 video 個 camera， 佢就可以幫你去俾到一啲指引嘅。咁所以呢啲就可以簡單理解成就係一個模型，我哋可以衍生得到出嚟嘅一啲工業安全嘅場景啦。咁另外就係話，除咗我哋實時俾到工人要去可以做一個簡單嘅對答以外啦，其實我哋針對一啲譬如 offline 嘅 video 嘅一啲場景咧，其實我哋都係可以用頭先嘅模型去到做嘅。譬如喺工業安全入邊，你一定會有7×24小時嘅一啲 camera 啦，你亦都會有好多嘅一啲過往嘅一啲歷史視頻嘅。咁所以咧，我哋亦都可以用模型嘅能力，令到佢直接代替人手去幫你睇呢啲咁樣嘅 multimedia， 佢會幫你去分析入邊。譬如我會唔會睇翻7×24小時入邊，除咗一啲最簡單嘅會唔會着火啊，會唔會一啲場景，佢仲可以靠佢嘅智能幫你去人工去判定一下喺過往嘅片段入邊有冇啲潛在嘅風險去發生。第二樣嘢就係當你除咗去做一啲潛在判定嘅 analytic 以外咧，其實佢哋亦都可以做到具備 search 嘅能力，係啦，甚至乎你可以根據大模型對過往歷史所有嘅 camera 嘅視頻，你可以去用一啲natural language 去做一啲 search， 係啦，譬如我要揾一啲喺過往嘅時間點入邊，究竟有冇一啲人係用緊手機啊？有冇一啲人用緊其他嘅一啲冇着咗一啲譬如保護衣物啦，甚至乎係食緊煙啊，各式各樣嘅場景，其實你都可以透過大模型幫你去睇，然之後去再 build up 到成個應用場景出嚟嘅，係啦。咁所以咧喺大模型咧，其實而家想像到嘅場景其實係非常之多，係啦。咁當然我哋亦都你亦都係好似啱啱所講，我亦都係未必一個最好嘅場景嘅提供方，但係我哋的確喺用我哋嘅模型嘅時候咧，其實我哋亦都喺各行各業入邊，其實我哋亦都係幫助到唔同嘅企業，去基於我哋頭先嘅算力平台啦，基於我哋嘅模型啦，基於我哋自己嘅 AI 應用啦，我哋嘅workflow 平台啦，幫助到唔同企業去構建佢哋嘅應用嘅，係啦。咁所以去到最尾，我今日嘅分享就會去到呢個位置啦。如果本身有唔同嘅一啲伙伴啦，或者有唔同嘅客戶對於我哋嘅模型，對於我哋嘅算力，其實係有興趣嘅話咧，歡迎線下同我嗰邊交流，係啦。咁我今日分享就去到呢個位置，多謝各位。
多謝晒麥生。